Honorable members, good morning, and good morning to colleagues from Parliament. Good morning to our guests from the AG. I just want to be sure that we can all hear each other. So if we can do the usual good morning.
Good morning, Chair. I can hear you clearly.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm just checking that we've got enough members. Yes, we do. All right, honorable members. Firstly, I hope you all had a good weekend. In fact, I hope everybody had a good weekend, and and hopefully we'll have a successful meeting. I'm sure we'll have a successful meeting today. I just have a request to make. I have an emergency to attend to, but that's only for some time at 11 o'clock. So I am going to ask to drop out while I attend to it and then rejoin the meeting as soon as I'm done. With the permission of the members, I have asked Honorable Madlala to just facilitate the proceedings for that little while that I am not around. We have 4 presentations, as you saw in the document. So and the amount to over 70 slides. So we will be together for quite some time. So I just want to be sure that the members are okay with that. I've desperately tried to avoid, but it is an emergency that I just need to deal with. So I beg your indulgence in that respect. I did call Honorable Madlala a short while ago because it's something I wasn't aware of when I went to bed last night, and he gladly agreed. So thank you very much, honorable members. I appreciate your indulgence in that respect. I am going to hand over to the Auditor General's team. So we've got 4 presentations. My suggestion is that we do one presentation, we give the members a chance to ask questions, we do a second one, we give the members an opportunity for an engagement, then we take a break, which should be our mid-meeting break. Honorable Madlala, you will together with the members make an assessment of how long that break needs to be given, what time, and so on, and then we do the last 2. I should be back by then in any case and be part of the meeting. So if we can carry on at that, I think we'd have a successful meeting. I just want, as a housekeeping issue, to say the reason we don't have the City of Johannesburg is because of the numerous entities they have, as you know. So we need to do them on their own. So that's the one thing to keep in mind. The second thing is that I have asked the Auditor General team that, to the extent that for these metros that we're talking about today, that there are material irregularities in their entities, not just the municipality overall, that they prepare the information to engage with the members as much as possible, so that we can answer as many questions here as possible. So if there is a material irregularity that arises out of a subsidiary of the municipality, then the AG team is ready to engage with that as well and provide all the necessary details. So we did have an exchange ahead of the meeting. So I hope that is also helpful. Okay, honorable members, thank you very much. And colleagues from the Auditor General, I'll hand over to you first with introductions, and then you can get into the presentations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm trying to switch on my video so that the members can be able to see who they're speaking to. My name is Tamizi Gode. I'm the acting head of audit, and together with me on the call, it's my colleagues, my team members, who will then introduce themselves starting with Tlamelo Ramansi. Can I please hand over to Tlamelo to also introduce himself and the team, followed by Vanuja, who will introduce herself and the team. Then lastly, Odwa Duda from Mangaung will introduce herself. Will introduce himself. Thank you, Chair. Over to you, teacher.
Thank you very much, Head of Audit. My name is Tlamelo Ramansi. Pleased to be here to be part of this engagement. I'm the Head of Portfolio, supporting the provinces of Gauteng, Limpopo, and Bokone-Pirima. I'm responsible for the 3 metros of Tshwane, City of Johannesburg, as well as Ekurhuleni. Thank you very much, HOA.
Thanks, TJ. Over to Vanuja.
Good morning to you. Thank you so much, HOA. Good morning to the honorable members, to the other officials, as well as my colleagues. My name is Vanuja Maraj. I'm responsible for 3 provinces, namely the Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga, and KwaZulu-Natal. And today my team will be responsible for presenting to you the eThekwini Metro. And with me, we have the Deputy Business Unit Leader of KwaZulu-Natal, which is Marusha Bartha. And we also have the Senior Manager on the job, Nonko Pepu, as well as the Manager, Losh Perumal. Thank you so much. Over to you, Odwa.
Thanks, Vanuja. I think, Odwa, I can see you on the call. Yeah, please come.
Yes, I'm on the call. Thank you very much. I'm still battling with the camera, but I'll fix it later on. My name is Odwa Duda. I'm the business unit leader for the for Free State, and I'll be presenting on Mangaung. Thanks, HOA.
Right, thanks a lot. Thanks all colleagues. Thanks a lot, Chair, and a very good morning again, once again to you, Chair, and the members. Chair, as we received the request and having agreed that today we'll be sharing with you the outcomes of the 4 metros, which is Mangaung, Ekurhuleni, Tshwane, as well as eThekwini. We will take the first 2, which is Mangaung and Ekurhuleni. And as you've outlined, the order of the day will then take the break. And then when you come back, we'll follow the discussion with Tshwane, as well as eThekwini. And part of what we've done, Chair, is there is a slide that talks to the COJ entities, even though the COJ consolidation itself hasn't been completed, but at least a number of the entities have been signed off. So, Chair, maybe before I hand over to my colleagues to begin with the presentation of the slide, just to outline the issue, Chair, where we saw some of the metros being, the term used was being delayed in terms of the audit outcomes, Chair. Members would recall that in the past 2 years, the AGSA actually introduced a dispute resolution process. So that process is a process that seeks to avoid a situation where when we get to public platforms, especially to Parliament, we start disagreeing and going back and forth with regard to the audit outcomes. So that process deals with the issues or the areas where entities are actually disputing their audit outcomes, or they don't agree with how it concluded on the audit outcomes. And as part of that particular process, these entities then submit written representations to AGSA, the reasons for the dispute, as well as the supporting evidence. Then subsequent to that, numerous engagements then take place to be able to get to understand what is the issue that is being disputed. And most importantly, Chair, is that that dispute is handled at tier 1 by the responsible head of portfolio. But when it goes to tier 2, it then gets handled by somebody completely independent of the audit process. And that is mainly to ensure that there is fairness in the process. And when the audit is concluded, nobody strives or seeks to say, no, the process was not independent, and therefore they still feel aggrieved. So part of that process actually saw some of the metros signed slightly late. And that resulted in, for an example, the issue around the COJ being finalized slightly late, but the consolidation process are still ongoing and they will be finalized soon. So this dispute resolution process, Chair, in our view, it's a process that is most beneficial for everybody else, because what we don't want is to come to you so that you become a referee where we disagreeing on the audit findings. So it makes sense that by the time we come to you, all the processes have been resolved and the issues has been agreed between the auditee and the auditor, so that we don't have this issue of the spread between the Auditor General as well as some of these quantities. So I just wanted to highlight that process, Chair, to say this is a process that was intentionally actually implemented by the AGSA to ensure that these disputes are swiftly dealt with, to ensure that there are no disagreements, especially playing themselves out in the public space. It makes sense that these are actually handled internally in the AGSA, but through an independent process that is actually overlooked by some independent individuals that are not part of the audit process. With that being said, Chair, I'm going to hand over to Odwa, who will take us through the first metro, which is the Mangaung Metro. And after that, we will then pause so that we can give the members an opportunity to be able to raise their questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, HOA, and good morning once more to the honorable members. I just switched on my camera just to fix the problem that I had initially, but I'm going to switch it off so that I can save the bandwidth. Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity to present on Mangaung. The Mangaung Metro, for the past 3 years, the audit outcomes has been stagnant on the qualification, which is the regression if you compare with the last financial year of the previous administration. And for the past 3 years, their qualification were mainly around the management of overtime, where the management were unable to provide supporting documentation around about the control of overtime and whether there are processes in place to ensure that the overtime that is work, if there is the need for that overtime, and also how do they go about to regulate the granting of the overtime to the officials. However, in the last financial year, while for the past 3 years, they used to have only one qualification. For last year, there was the regression on the number of the qualification paragraphs. Although the audit opinion was still stagnant, or the qualified opinion, the additional paragraph that we have now, it was relating to the service charges. And it is mainly because of the fact that the management of Mangaung doesn't always go back and read the meter readings, so that if you are charging the estimate to a customer, you are able to use that reliable information that possibly in the last 2 months or 3 months, you've read the actual, and therefore you based the estimates on the recent billing or meter reading. The challenge that we have is that you find out that some of the customers, they have been billing them for a number of years, some of them to extend even beyond the period of 5 years. And therefore, we're saying that it can never be a reliable estimate. And we also, which is linked to the qualification of the service charges, was the Mangaung not being able to reliably disclose the water distribution losses because of the data that is unreliable to estimate that how many of their water was lost and did not reach the end user or the customer. And it was because of the fact that they are not reading some of the meter readings that are indicated on the previous qualification. And then the other qualification, which is also a new qualification, is that as the metro, we experience them that to continue to have the deteriorating infrastructure. However, when we're looking at the infrastructure in terms of the accounting standards, you have to look at the condition of your assets, you have to look at and assess what is the useful life of that asset. And unfortunately, Mangaung, they didn't do that exercise, with the result that they were unable to impair their assets which cause the material misstatement. So it's actually, it means that the state assets that they disclose in the financial statements, they will have overly assessed in terms of their value, considering the fact that their useful life that was determined earlier when they bought those assets, there's an indication that they will never last the same period as they determined earlier. Then the next qualification is the employee cost, which I just mentioned, which continue to happen on the overtime, which the team could not verify because of the inadequate controls over the payment of overtime. And then lastly is the qualification on the commitments, which the municipality understated. So it actually means that the municipality entered into contractual obligations with the suppliers, but they are unable to disclose all of them in the financial statements, which is a challenge, because when those creditors demand their payments, they would have never set the funds aside to ensure that they meet the obligations to pay for those services. And then on the other area that we audit, other than the qualification, Mangaung, they've got a problem with the discipline to comply with laws and regulations. No, yes. They've got a lack of discipline to comply with laws and regulations. The first one is the quality of the financial statements which they submit. And when they submit those financial statements, we have to allow them to make material adjustments, which attract the non-compliance, because it means the financial statements that they submitted for audit purposes did not meet all the requirements of GRAP, as it is their framework for the preparation of financial statements. We continue to report the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure because of the lack of discipline to prevent these unwanted expenditure. The non-compliance on asset management, expenditure management, because of the lack of controls, and then consequences are not implemented because we continue to report either the poor performance or the transgressions, but we don't see management taking this matter up, investigate them, and identify the officials that are responsible and take appropriate processes to ensure that there's consequences, which create a culture of impunity within the institution, because the officials, they know that if they continue not to perform or transgress, there's no recourse that is going to be taken against them. Then we also have non-compliance on revenue management, which is why we end up having qualification, strategic management, utilization of the conditional grants is where the grants, they don't always use them for their intended purposes, procurement and contract management, HR management, as well as environmental management. What is the concern here, Chair, is the fact that if you look at the areas that we report material non-compliance with laws and regulations, is almost every area that we scope in for audit purposes, which means is the area that needs to be attended to because there's no discipline to ensure that we comply with those laws and responsibilities. And then the last part which we audit is the audit of performance information. I know that when you look at it, Chair, it looks as the bad or one of the worst audit opinion that we could give. But we acknowledge the fact that management of Mangaung, there was the improvement in this area. For the few years, we were unable to even be able to attempt to audit this area because of the lack of documentation. So they went back last year, they took a conscious decision where a team was put together to ensure that they collate all the necessary information. They set their key performance indicators appropriately so that we are able to audit. So the opinion that we gave them this year, moving from the disclaimer, is the adverse. So we're basically saying we're able to audit the supporting documentation that support their achievements as they report in the annual report. However, we disagree with the achievement that they are reporting. So which is still a concern, Chair, is the fact that the annual report that Mangaung is tabling is not the annual report that one can rely on in terms of the performance of the institution, taking into consideration that our focus with the audit of performance information, we are focusing on the basic services that they have to provide to the citizens. So some of the key findings that we identified is the fact that as the metros, they have to comply with Circular 88, which we acknowledge the fact that most of the indicators as expected by Circular 88 are included. The challenge is that the reason why we are even expressing the adverse opinion is because the system that they put in place is inadequate to ensure that they report appropriately. They reported quite a number of non-achievements of the KPIs that are included as part of their SDPI PIP, which is correlate to the experience of the citizens in terms of their lived experience, because the KPIs that they have, they are unable to meet them. Then lastly, Chair, is also we're highlighting the fact that it is notwithstanding the fact that they are not achieving the key performance indicators that they set, there's no correlation of the non-achievement to the spending of the budget. As you can indicate, we say only 50% was achieved, but they fully spent their budget as the institution. What we see as mostly some of the root causes that result to these outcomes is the fact that the internal controls are not embedded within the institution. There's a lack of accountability. The compliance is not embedded to ensure that on a day-to-day that there's a discipline to ensure that we comply with laws and regulations. The responsibility on the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure is not formalized so that we are able to make sure that we curb that unwanted expenditure. As I indicated also, the other one is the issues of the lack of consequences, is what we see as some of the root causes that drive that outcome. And then you'll see that if you're looking at unauthorized expenditure, over the past 3 years, I can say that it is some kind of being stagnant, although in 23-24, it shoot up and they were able to bring it down again to be consistent with what was reported in 22-23. Regarding the irregular expenditure, we continue to see an upward trend. You can see that in 22-23, it was 198 million, which increased in 24-25 to 324 million. And then the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it looks, when you're looking at it at face value, that it looks like there's something good that they are doing, they are reducing. But what we want to highlight, the Honorable Chair, is the fact that the previous years of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, because of them not paying on time, they are charged interest, that they reach an agreement with the Val Central, which is the water board, and therefore the 67 million that they reported as fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it reduced because they had the engagement with the water board that they reversed the interest that they charged them. Then if we go to the next slide, Honorable Chair, which speak to the financial health of Mangaung. I must indicate that after a number of struggle for quite a few years, the Mangaung was able to pass the funded budget. However, if you're looking at this slide, it raised quite a number of concerns around about their financial planning, as well as the performance in terms of how do they spend their finances as the institution, which is a concerning, Chair, because it is not geared towards improving the service delivery to the to improve the lived experience of the citizens there. So if you look at the block where it's got the heading that says financial planning and performance, you'll see that when it comes to capital expenditure, only about 8% of their budget they budgeted towards capital expenditure, which we are talking about the infrastructure that they need to build as the institution so that they are able to provide services to the communities. And also, if you're looking at how much they budget for repairs and maintenance. Only 2% of their budget, it goes for repairs and maintenance, while we continue to see on the overtime side that they continue to pay more of their salary bill, continue to increase and pay more of the overtime. You'll see that we are saying that of their basic salary, 16% goes to the overtime. And then the remuneration as the institution also, if you look at their salary bill, 53% of their expenditure goes towards payment of the salaries. The collection of the debtors is very slow, as you can see that it to collect the debt from the debtor, and they continue to have big amounts that they are not paying towards ESCOM as well as the water board. So those are some of the key indicators, Honorable Chair, with regard to the financial planning which we are highlighting. And then also, if you're looking at the losses that they are incurring, we are highlighting some of the key ratios that they do have there in terms of the impairment, because when they're not collecting their debtors, as I indicated, that it takes them about 111 days to collect. So as part of the disclosure on the financial statements, so that you don't overstate your debtors, you have to estimate which debtors you will be able to reliably collect from them. So by conducting that exercise, they end up reducing their debtors by 2.1 billion, because they believe that this 2.1 billion, they won't be able to collect from their debtors. Then there's also revenue forgone, which is the revenue that they are not collecting from the citizens, which they disclose in their financial statements as revenue forgone. And in most instances, it's because they are providing the services to the areas that they don't even have the meters, so that they are able to invoice those customers for the usage of the services in those areas. And we see that because of them paying late, they continue to pay a lot of money towards the interest, writing off of the assets because of the lack of safeguarding them, the fuel losses and the chemicals of about 6 million, as well as the yes. So those are some of the losses that when we're looking, we pick up to say, because of the controls that they are weak, we continue to pick up those. Last time when we appeared in front of SCOPA last year, Honorable Chair, we did speak about the national intervention that was taking place in Mangaung, which started already from 2020. But even today, when we look at how far they've gone to ensure that the financial recovery plan that was put in place, if are they moving forward to implement the initiatives that were highlighted so that they can turn around their financial challenges, we can say that since the 2020, they are still in the first phase. And even with that first phase, which is the rescue phase, they only completed only 50% of the initiatives that are there. So this plan, we see it as a plan that is really not working for them as the Mangaung to be able to turn around the financial challenges that they are experiencing as the institution. Then if we can go to the next slide, also continuing around on their financial health. So what we've done, Honorable Chair, also is just to look at their cash flow statement, that cash flow analysis, where we're looking at how do they utilize the cash that they receive. So the cash flow is the actual cash that went through their bank account. So we're saying that they received cash receipts from their customers of about 3.2 billion. Also, they receive the grants, about 2.3 billion. But when you're starting to see how do they utilize that cash, you'll see that the bulk of that cash is going towards the employee cost, and also paying some customers the 2.1 billion as well as the 2.3. The concern that that this cash analysis is showing us is the extent to which the institution is investing towards the purchase of property, plant, and equipment. And if we're looking at the grants, most of them, they are geared towards the procurement of the property, plant, and equipment so that the municipality is able to provide the services to the customers. So this cash analysis, it shows you to the extent that these grants are not used for the intended purposes because they end up paying for the operational expenses instead of going towards investing on the infrastructure that is going to support the municipality to fulfill its mandate. Hence, if you look now in that column where we're talking about the grants, we are saying that when we're looking at their spending of the grant, we don't see it as being aligned towards achieving the objectives and the reality on the ground of what is required by the community. With the result that the municipality underspent their conditional grants by 191 million. And provincial treasury, because of their slow spending towards the infrastructure that they need to work towards, National Treasury end up withholding 140 million of the conditional grants, which is something that we see that is something that deprive the community of Mangaung to be able to access the services that the national government is supporting the municipality to be able to deliver on the services to the customers. So in the middle, those pie graphs, I think we're just showing their revenue. How is it made up? Of which bulk of it, 71%, is made out of them providing the services to the communities, which take about 71% of their revenue. 14% is equitable share, and the other grants, they account for 15% of the revenue that they are making as the institution. I think the other ones I already talked to around about the less spending around about the infrastructure as the Mangaung. Then on the next slide, Chair, is when we're looking at the governance processes within the institution, I'll just touch on just a few, not actually to touch on everything that is on the slide. Excuse me. So if you're looking at the first one, the one that is talking about the reporting by the municipal manager as well as the mayor, what we are raising as the concern is that as the mayor and municipal manager, there's a requirement in terms of Section 71, which they have to prepare these reports. But we are saying, yes, these reports, we can see them, they are taking them to the council. However, these reports are not adequately used so that they are able to flag the deteriorating cash flow position of the institution. So we can say that we see them as being just tabled for compliance and not interrogated adequately so that it can starting to be able to identify the risk early, which going to have an impact on the non-achievement of the service targets. Hence, we are able to, when we're looking at their annual reports, they've got a lot of targets that they did not achieve. And it's because these Section 71 and 72 reports were not used appropriately so that it can tell them where they're going not to achieve the target and be able to course correct on time before the end of the financial year. We're also highlighting the Section 72 reports, which is the mid-year assessment, which we are saying that yes, it was prepared, but not used for its intended purposes to adjust the spending on time so that you are able to course correct. Then the next column is speaking to the oversight. So we're saying that with the oversight, yes, they have the impact, but the impact did not function effectively. And key issues such as the financial recovery plan, which we are indicating that after all these years is still sitting at the rescue phase, and the audit action plan, we don't see them playing a very part to ensure that they are driving the implementation of it. The unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, which is still high. At Mangaung also, we raised quite a number of material irregularities. And we don't see those getting the expression at the MPEG so that the MPEG is able to interrogate and hold the officials accountable to be able to make sure that we turn things around. Over and above that, we say as much as there's struggle within the municipality, but also we also notice from the provincial leadership perspective that the MEC for COGTA did not submit the required Section 131 reports to the provincial legislature, which also now the non-tabling of this report also impacted the work of the legislature to ensure that they are calling the Mangaung to go and account to the legislature, with the result that now the Mangaung was also not called by the legislature. They do have the audit committee, but their audit committee is unable to discharge their responsibilities impactfully. Yes, they are doing it in terms of the compliance, but we don't see the impact, and it is mainly driven by the fact that of the audit reports that they produce and give to management for them to improve the internal control environment, management, they are not implementing those recommendations of the audit committee, with the result that the internal control environment continue to be weak and susceptible to the wrong things and fraudulent environment that is created because the controls are weak. Then if we go to the next column that speak about the reporting legislature, parliament, and MSA. So what we're saying there, we've seen quite a number of committees that went, there was a joint committee that was coming from Parliament that visited the province. We see the reports of COGTA. There are reports that was tabled by the Human Rights Commission, as well as the visit by the Premier in the legislature to Mangaung. But we are saying that irrespective of all this work that has been done, we continue to see a persistent service delivery challenges that are experienced by the institution, as well as the governance that continue to be weak. And then the next one, which is the intervention, and I think I spoke to the intervention around about the financial recovery plan, which is not progressing with the result that is still sitting at the rescue phase. And then lastly, the performance agreements, which is another area which is concerning, is the fact that the management comply with the regulations in terms of the deadline to publish the performance agreements of Section 56 and 57 managers. But those agreements, they were not tabled to the MEC. However, one of the biggest challenges that we have, which we continue to highlight with them, is the lack of substantive alignment to the areas that are persistent failures within the institution. So you find out that the Section 57 managers, they've got performance agreements, but they are not drafted in such a way that they are able to drive the improvement in terms of the services that are provided by the metro to the communities. Then if you can go to the next slide, which speak to the infrastructure. So with the picture that I painted, Chair, around about the controls within the institution, the state of the infrastructure as disclosed in the financial statements. We also go and look and visit the infrastructure projects when we audit. And there's 4 phases that we are looking at when we're looking at the infrastructure. We're looking at the process that they follow to ensure that the planning is done properly, where they do the need assessments, feasibility studies, to ensure that they've got enough budget to implement those infrastructure, the designs that are appropriate. Then we look at the implementation, we look at the management, we're looking at how long does it take them to finish the infrastructure projects? Are they doing them on cost, within cost that was budgeted? And also to make sure that they are in good quality. And then the last one is to talk about the commissioning, is that once now the infrastructure is completed, is it starting to be used for intended purposes? So there were 6 specific projects that we visited at Mangaung, of which 2 was water-related infrastructure projects. And then we did the other one on sanitation. We did another one on roads. There were two that was one that we did on electricity, which is one of the area that they are developing, as well as the housing. So we try to cover a big scope of the different projects that they have, to ensure that we are seeing that to what extent are they delivering these projects to be able to improve their service delivery. So some of the key findings that we are picking up when we visit these projects is, the first one is the lack of monitoring, which is resulting in quality issues, delaying the projects because of the lack of monitoring. We also notice that in some of these projects, they are implemented notwithstanding that they don't have adequate budget to finance the projects that they want to do. They implement or construct new projects, but there's no proper processes in place to ensure that there's going to be enough budget that is set aside to maintain this infrastructure. So we end up losing our infrastructure quickly because it is not properly maintained. And then also is the issue of the time that it takes to complete these projects, because as I indicated, that some of these lack of monitoring impact on that. We did highlight some of what we've seen as the root causes, the breakdown in the internal controls, the leadership that is not enforcing accountability, the late payments that not done within the 30 days, which is not in line with the requirements of the MFMA. We also notice that the skills that they have in-house, they sometimes miss the critical technical skills. Hence, you can see that when we talk about the monitoring, that they end up not having the right people to monitor the implementation of these projects. And then the last one is the lack of safeguarding those assets that are completed, with the result that sometimes these projects are getting even vandalized even before they are taken to the proper use. And then the next slide, Chair, is to take you through now to the specific in some of those. So I won't go into detail in all of them. So, but you can see this one is the one that we did for the water project. So you can see the project commenced in 7 March 2024, which was supposed to be completed in May 2025. And that project should have taken them 14 months to complete that project. But when we were busy, Honorable Chair, by end of June in finalizing the audit for 24-25, this project was still sitting at 26%, and the spending to that project was still only sitting at 40 million. And I think this also linked, Honorable Chair, to the statement that we put in earlier, where we were indicating because of their slow spending on this project, then National Treasury end up taking the grants away from them. I must mention some of the things that come up in these projects, which is concerning, is the cost that keep on increasing. So you can see on this project at 26%, they already paid twice the extension of time because it was approved with cost. And then they already approved 5 variation orders on this project. So the key findings that we have, I think, is those ones of the delays, the weak contract management, ineffective scope and change control that driving the inefficiencies, as well as the inadequate project monitoring, which allow for poor quality outputs on this one. And then also we also share, Honorable Chair, also another project that we visited, which if you look at it also, if you can go to the next slide, if you can look at this project also, it's got a similar trend compared to the one that I just mentioned. Also, this one commenced in 2022, which was supposed to be completed in 2023. And this contract, it was terminated in 2024. And the the completion stage at that point, it was only also sitting at 75%. So you can see that the issues that we raise around about the delays in completing these projects also have an impact in the value and also with the quality that we're getting out of those projects. Then we also, Chair, also look at the water quality at Mangaung. And the focus, if you can go to the next slide. The focus when we were looking at this was to assess whether the municipality is consistently producing and supplying water that meets the prescribed quality standards. And what we find when we're doing this work, we identified that there was a persistent non-compliance with the water quality standards. There was inconsistent and unreliable water quality monitoring practices because the water quality testing was not consistently performed, and it was also not in line with the required frequencies. And in some instances, the results were not adequately supported by verifiable evidence. So it was, I think it was one of the main drivers for us to experience these water quality challenges. Also, we identified that Mangaung also failed to address in instances where they know that the quality issues, but their response, did not respond adequately to address those risks. And also we highlighted that there were weak governance and oversight over the water quality management within the institution. So we're highlighting the impact, Chair, because as you know that if the quality of water is not properly, then that means that there is a risk of health risk to the residents, unreliable access to safe and unusable water for daily needs, as well as the erosion of trust in the municipal service delivery. Then on the next slide, also is another project, Chair. Also, sorry, is the some of the key service delivery that we look at it. If you can go to the next slide. So with this one, I think most of the things we have touched on, but I'll just highlight just a few. So you can see on the one of the water and sanitation services, we're highlighting the extent of backlogs in the provision of water and sanitation services because of the projects that are moving not with the required speed. Improper budget management. Also, if you look at the wastewater management, we're highlighting that the status of the wastewater treatment works within the municipal area. When we go and do assessment, we find out they are always at the dire state, with the result that we see raw or untreated effluent is discharged into the river streams or in the water resource areas. Regarding the road infrastructure, we're saying that there's an increased expenditure is incurred rather than performing planned, efficient, preventative maintenance at reasonable cost. And regarding the human settlement, excuse me, there's a Vista Bank project.
Hello? Are you sure you don't want to have a 2 minutes water break and get some water? Are you fine to continue?
Yes, I'm fine, Honorable Chair. I can continue, yes.
All right, no problem. Thank you.
So regarding the human settlements, we visited the projects that they call is the Vista Bank project. And when we visited this project, we identified that it was significantly behind schedule, which compromised the existing services and prolongs the plight of the community of the proper housing in that area. Regarding the air quality, also when we are doing the exercise around about the air quality management, I observed that the municipality is not complying with the Air Quality Act. And then on the indigent households, you said only 66,000 of the indigent households were registered, which is far low compared to what is expected if you're looking at the area of Mangaung and the fact that it is mostly rural in some instances. The municipality only allocated 428 million of the 1.1 billion towards subsidizing indigent customers. And I think it's because of the slow rate to which they register their indigents. And then when we were looking at the register for the indigents, we identified that there were quite a number of households that they don't qualify to be part of the indigent. In some instances, the people that have deceased are still part of the register. I know there was the work that they've done where they appointed a service provider to do the exercise for them for the indigent, but we see them that not utilizing the report that was provided with that. So that is why the consistent findings that we've been picking up over a number of years, we're still reporting on the recognition and the registration of the indigent household in their registers. Their IT environment is concerning because the status of their IT security controls was concerning and required immediate management and intervention in that space. Then, Honorable Chair, then the next slide speak to the material irregularities. So at Mangaung, ever since we started implementing the extended powers, we've issued 27 material irregularities at Mangaung. And what we've observing is the slow response by management towards the material irregularities. So you'll see on these slides, of the 27 material irregularities that we issued, only one was resolved. And all the other material irregularities, the accounting officer did not take the appropriate action, and therefore they were started to put in through the governance processes within the institution to deal with those. So if I can just, before I go to the status of how did we take them through the governance processes, is just to go quickly through the breakdown of what is the type of material irregularities we issued. So you see that 12 of that 27 is relating to the material financial loss that was incurred. And then 14 is substantial harm to the general public. This is where we've got material irregularities around the wastewater treatment works as well as the landfill sites. And then we had also one, which was because of the substantial harm to the public sector institution. So those are the type of material irregularities. And if you're looking there at the top under that background, the yellow background, so you'll see the type of those material irregularities. So you see there's quite a lot of number of material irregularities that we issued on the extension of time. So you'll see when I was talking about some of the infrastructure projects that they did, they will continue to approve the extension of time. But what we pick up with this extension of time, and you're looking at the contract that they signed, if under the contract, you'll see if you need to extend time, give them more time, give them more months to complete the project. But it's quick for the institution, for Mangaung, irrespective of what the contract is saying, they will go for the option of paying them for the standing time. So you'll see that already we issued about 3 material irregularities in that area. We also issued a material irregularity regarding the lack of processes to safeguard the ICT assets as the institution. The contractual obligations that were not settled within 30 days is where they were paying the interest. So you see a lot of them, the one that speak to the wastewater treatment works is the one that talking about substantial harm to the general public. So we issued already quite a number, is about 12, where we issued material irregularities because of pollution of water resources and poor management of the landfill site. So we issued about 12. And we also identified that the Mangaung continue to deduct the pension contributions from their employees, but they were not paying them over to the pension fund, which is contrary to the rules of the fund. We also issued a material irregularity because they did not have the processes to prevent fuel losses. And it was very concerning because if you go to the Mangaung area, you'll struggle to see the trucks collecting the refuse. And some instances, the reason is because they don't have fuel. And when you're looking at their processes, you realize that they've got huge fuel losses and there was no action to take place to ensure that they prevent those. There were some instances when they overpaid their suppliers, but no step was taken to recover. We also, on this matter of the qualification on overtime, because of the lack of processes, preventative measures, ensure that you are paying for, you're getting value out of the overtime. We also issued the material irregularity around about the overtime payments, which was not properly managed. There were instances that we identified that they paid for the goods and services that were not received. And also they appointed the consultant, and that consultant was appointed purely to collect the debt. But that debt was just purely focusing on collecting from government. So we issued that because we believe that it was something that was not really done in the best interest of the institution. And then the last one is the water quality, which is aligned to some of the work that we've done around about the water quality, that we issued 2 material irregularities in that area. So you see that the only one that was resolved, as I indicated, it is the one that's relating to the late payments where they paid interest. Otherwise, all the other material irregularities, we conclude that the accounting officer is not taking appropriate action. So you'll see some of them, they are already included as part of the audit report as the recommendation. And as part of the material irregularity process, you first give the accounting officer the opportunity to implement the recommendation. And if they not implement that recommendation, then you escalate to the next level, which is the remedial action, and also include into the audit report. So out of those ones that we included in the audit report as recommendation 3 already, we again concluded that the accounting officer is not taking appropriate action to implement those recommendations, and therefore we escalated through the governance processes to be a remedial action, which means now the accounting officer has to implement those actions. And if not implemented, then we still have the opportunity to take to the next level. And I must indicate that those ones that are sitting at the referral, at the remedial action, if it's related to the financial loss, the next step that is available for us is the certificate of debt. But such that we have to just make sure that the accounting officer is still given adequate time to implement those remedial action, and also to escalate to the other accountability role players within the institution before we go to the certificate of debt. So we'll find out to those ones that are at that stage, we already started the process of escalating within Mangaung, where we escalate to the mayor as well as the speaker of the council. And we do escalate them also to the MEC Cocta and as well as the MEC Finance and as well as the Premier, so that the Premier is able to get the information from the other role players of what they've done and report back to us as AGSA of what action has been implemented to ensure that those remedial actions are actually been implemented. There were 9 MIs that we referred to the investigating bodies. In most of the instances, those ones that relate to the wastewater treatment works, which we referred to the Department of Water and Sanitation, which we have seen some of them, they started to engage with the Val Central, where Val Central is able to start processes to support the municipalities in the province to implement the recommendations that we have around about the wastewater treatment works. But also in that 9, in some instances, if we believe that the accounting officer is not going to take the appropriate action, we immediately refer. So there are some MIs that we referred at Mangaung, for example, to the SIU, and also yes, to the, I think mostly to the SIU. And then we've got one which we referred, and also we've got the recommendation which is sitting in the report, as well as the referral and the remedial action. Because of, if you see these stats at Mangaung, you can see really management is not really taking serious the MI process. With the result already, there's a notification that has been issued already to the accounting officer for consideration to issue the certificate of debt. I know that this accounting officer has already been invited to go and present to the advisory committee to AGSA as to why we should not issue the certificate of debt against this accounting officer. So we're waiting for those processes to see what is going to come up as to whether will these matters be resolved, or it will result to the certificate of debt being issued against this accounting officer at Mangaung. And then the next slide is the deviations and contract management. It's also something that is not a very good picture, because you can see, if you're looking at the deviations at Mangaung for 2025, they already had about in excess of 300 deviations that they issued, of which 242 is the motivation that they are giving, that they want to deviate from the procurement processes because it is an exceptional case that they have to deal with. Another one that is showing a huge amount is also the way they are motivating to say they are deviating from the procurement processes because the supplier that they want to use is the sole supplier. And I must indicate that this deviation is one of the big drivers for us to have the huge irregular expenditure that is reported and disclosed in the financial statements, because when we look at these deviations, we sometimes conclude that the reasons that they are providing are not the justifiable reasons for them not to follow the procurement processes. And then we also look at the contract expansions. And the contracts, what we're highlighting is that they've got active 173 contracts that were active in 24-25, of which of that 97 of those contracts, they have to extend the period of the contract, which speak to the issue of contract management that is lacking within the institution, with the result that we continue to extend these contracts. So what we see as what is causing this trend, we are saying that it is because of the poor procurement planning. We also saying that also the lack of accountability and consequence management, because the officials continue to do these because knowing that there's no one who's going to take consequences against them. The absent contract management monitoring system, so that's a challenge there. Then also there's inadequate oversight and contract management controls. And lastly, there are capacity constraints that they have within the SCM, more especially to ensure that you've got people with the right technical skill to be able to make sure that we fulfill the requirements for our SCM processes. Then on the next slide, which is the other reports, I must mention that, Honorable Chair, these other reports is not the reports that are actually referred by us, but is the reports that either these public bodies identify that there was a problem or it was referred to them by the institution. So you'll see that there's quite a lot of investigations that are happening at Mangaung. But I think what I need to highlight is the speed to which these investigations are concluded. So you'll see that as at the end of June, there was quite a lot. There was one of the IPTN, which started in 2017 by SIU, and that investigation is still not completed. And also there was another one, again by SIU, on the improper procurement of the buses, which, excuse me, which happened around 2024. again, that investigation is also not completed. The Hawks were also investigating an allegation of overtime payments, which was paid to the VIP bodyguards. And that investigation is covering the period of 2017 to 2021, which is still not finalized. Again, the Hawks also are investigating the allegations of irregularities in the procurement processes regarding a security service tender that was awarded for the period 2019 to 2021, which is still ongoing. The Hawks also are investigating the allegations of unverifiable overtime claims that were paid to the municipal staff between 2022 and 2023. Hawks are investigating allegations of criminality relating to fraudulent payments made to services rendered in relation to the indigent register for the period 7 March 2022 until 31 August 2023. Also, this one is not finalized. I think this one, Honorable Chair, is the one that I was linking it also to the fact that they use the service provider to reconstruct their indigent register. And that register, they still haven't utilized it. And I'm not sure whether maybe this investigation by the Hawks maybe is got an impact in them to start utilizing it. And then lastly is an investigation by the legal firm that was appointed to provide a legal opinion on illegal allegations of irregular appointments and payment of political staff. So those are the, so Honorable Chair, if you really look at Mangaung, there's quite a lot of investigations that are ongoing. And I think the big concern that we have from our side is the extent to which these getting finalized. And lastly, Chair, my last slide for Mangaung is the recommendation, before the last slide. So when we were there in 2022, 2023, 2024, because we always ensure that we support the institution to be able to have a focused attention to the audit findings that we raise. So we'll give them recommendations of what are the things that they need to do so that they are able to prevent the reoccurrence of these audit findings. So we left them with five recommendations. And when we went back now in 2024, 2025, we also look at to what extent they implement the recommendations that we left with them for 24, 25. And I must mention, Honorable Chair, that of the five recommendations that we gave them, all of them, except for one, which was not started, all the other ones were in progress, which link to the outcomes that we issued, where it is showing the regression, because some of the things that we highlighted to them the previous year, which if they could have implemented those, some of the qualification paragraphs that are more now in the audit report, they could have prevented those qualifications. So of the five recommendations that we left them one on the overtime, which is the first one. That one, we are saying that they started to look at it, but it was not resolved. Then it resulted to the qualification. Then we highlighted to them the issue of not reading the meters, continue to have the estimates, which they did not do it. And then it resulted to the qualification because of unreliable estimates that they are included as part of their revenue. Then we also left the recommendation for them to investigate and close and reduce the backlog of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. And also with this one, we see the progress is moving slow and is the one that we are highlighting that it is creating this culture of impunity because of the slow process that they take to investigate the UIFWI. And then we also recommended for them to enhance their processes of maintenance and infrastructure delivery. And you can see that if you're looking at the ratios that are provided earlier, we're saying that when it comes to maintenance, they only budget for 2%, with the result that their maintenance, their infrastructure continue to deteriorate. And it also linked it back to the qualification that we have on the impairment of their infrastructure, because they're not maintaining it, they're not diligent to ensure that they do a proper assessment of the condition assessment, with the result that what they disclose in the financial statements is misstated in terms of the true value of those assets. And then lastly, it was the recommendation to improve the SDPIP indicators and the targets. Is the one that we are saying, yes, they're not at the point where we want them to be, but we appreciate and acknowledge the fact that from where they are last time, where we were unable to audit the performance information, at least they were able to give us something this year, which we have audited, and we are trusting that the recommendations that we gave them, it will be able to put them in a better position to have adequate supporting documentation to support the achievements that they are reporting as part of their annual report. And then the last slide, Chair, is the call to action. So this is what we left them this year. And these recommendations, we left them with the understanding that there are 3 critical root causes that they need to address. So the first one is to ensure that they build proper institutional capacity within the institution. We are saying that there's quite a number of governance failures, systematic governance failures that they need to deal with. And then lastly, is for them just to ensure that they are dealing with the consequence management as the institutions. So with those recommendations, Honorable Chair, that we have them, as much as we break them down to what we recommended to the council, what we recommended to the mayor, and what we recommended to the accounting officer. But for each and every role player is the recommendation for that role player is crafted in such a manner that they are able to address the root causes that I just mentioned. I'll pause there, Chair, and thank you very much for the opportunity to present. So that is the status of the Metro of Mangaung. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. As the chair indicated that he has some commitments to attend to. So this is Honorable Madlala now chairing. And I think we appreciate the detail of the presentation. We are also cognizant of the fact that members already have the presentation and it is considered as having been read. But we still appreciate the emphasis on the areas where the AGSA feels that the committee should zoom into, so that as members then go through the clarity-seeking questions and their engagement, they can be able to extract the information that they need. And going forward, I'm going to then allow members to raise their questions, and then we will move on to the next presentation. But we'll set up just a few guidelines as we move on to the next presentation for the purposes of time. For this presentation, we've taken over an hour and we're approaching 11. We still have got about 4, if I'm not mistaken, presentations to go to. But for now, let me allow members. Members, I will allow for a set of hands that wishes to engage with this presentation, noting that obviously as precedents dictate, we deal with clarity-seeking questions where we need further explanations and so forth. We are going to engage with these municipalities, and more questions are going to be posed to them because they need to respond to the findings by the AGSA. Can I see hands of members of the committee that want to engage with this presentation? And if there are no hands, it could also mean that there was the presentation was made with absolute precision and clarity. It's not a crime. I don't see any hands so far. Okay, now I see one hand from Honorable Skosana. Is there another hand? I take one set of hands. If there's one hand, we're not going to allow for afterthoughts. So we understand that members would have reached this meeting having noted down issues that they would like to raise already. So if there's one hand, we'll just take Honorable Skosana and then we'll move on to the next presentation. Can I give an opportunity for any other hand to emerge if it exists? It would appear that it does not. Thank you. Honorable Skosana, the floor is yours. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and good day to all honorable members present, the AGSA team, and other stakeholders that are in the meeting. No, we really appreciate this presentation from the AGSA. I think it's quite detailed and comprehensive. Well, it's unfortunately that it's painting a very bad picture about Mangaung, and taking into account that we are talking about a metropolitan municipality. And it looks like there are a lot of things that are not done correctly in that particular municipality. And I think in the report, they are also further indicating that even despite having some sort of intervention from joint committees of parliament, your SCOPA, your COCTA committee, and then your standing committee on auditor general, despite those interventions that were done somewhere, I think last year, but there seemed not to be any improvement in that regard. And also other interventions that were there before, your financial recovery plan that were initiated some couple of years ago, but still I think it looks like there's no improvement in that particular municipality. So, well, I know that as you have indicated that we are still going to get an opportunity to talk to the leadership of the municipality, the political leadership and the management, just to get their side of the story. And then from there, perhaps we will then be able to make our own recommendations going forward. But from what I've read and what has been presented here, I can tell that this municipality is really sinking. Just to go to the recommendations that the AGSA have made, where they are recommending what the executive mayor should do and what the accounting officer should do, just to try and remedy some of the challenges that are there. I'm just wondering as to what extent is the office of the AGSA confident that these two offices, but more particularly the office of the accounting officer, will be able to assist in this regard? Because it looks like the accounting officer is also a culprit in a number of things that were raised here in terms of responding to material irregularities, in terms of making sure that Section 71 report, for instance, both him or her and the executive mayor, they are not seen as people who are proactively assisting the process. It looks like those reports, they are just being tabled for compliance purposes. So I'm just saying, these two offices, to what extent is the office of the AGSA confident that they are going to assist us or assist the municipality and assist the office of the AGSA moving forward in terms of the recommendation that have been tabled by the AGSA? Because those offices, they are also culprits, I think, in this whole processes and all wrongdoings that are happening in the municipality. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana. Now I see a hand from Honorable Ment. So it means I must make a determination to adjust my previous decision that we don't take afterthoughts. And if I do so, then it means I must do it consistently across presentations. So we'll try to be genuine, to be generous and allow for just one set of afterthoughts after the main clarity seeking question or clarity seeking hands. Otherwise, it becomes perpetual and it becomes uncontrollable. So we'll allow, there's a hand from Honorable Ment and Honorable Nilme. Can I then again ask if any other member wants to raise any question, so that when they finish, we can give it back to the AGSA to engage with the clarity seeking questions. And if there's no other hand, may I please request that I be allowed to close then the session on hands, because I would have then opened it twice, and it cannot be more than that. It becomes endless. And that will be then the final determination on the matter of how we structure, how we approach the issue of hands for this session. So, Honorable Ment, you're going to come through, and immediately when you finish, Honorable Nilme, you'll come through, and then AGSA will also come through immediately after Honorable Nilme. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to the colleagues. Mandipoli, Chair. My network is failing me for some reason. I've been trying to press buttons and listen. So most of the part when we started the clarity seeking questions, I didn't get to hear which questions were asked and not. No, just two areas. One disturbing area that have picked up, the one of overtime at 16% of the budget, yet there is 8% of the capital expenditure and 2% at maintenance. It begs a question now, how did you get to see the list of this overtime as AG, if it does make sense? What overtime is there that they are doing? What functions require of the municipality to offer 16% of overtime? And to do what exactly? If these functions can be clarified as to what is it exactly. The second thing will be also the salary bill that's sitting at 53% again. If the number of employees is equivalent to the KPIs, which are also having a question mark in terms of their justification as to what is it exactly they did for their KPIs, and they were not successful on those functions that they have listed as their KPIs. I just want to hear from AG if the 53% of salary bill, according to them and what they have seen, is it equivalent to the work that is expected of the municipality, or do we just have more people doing absolutely nothing, and then we have overtime that is created, but the functions of the overtime don't make sense? Thank you.
Honorable Nilme, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to our colleagues at the Auditor General. I just have some clarity questions with regards to internal controls. I think one of the things that we heard a lot of was that the lack of internal controls. Is the internal audit unit fully functional? And obviously it can't be very effective, but do they have an internal audit unit? And is the AG aware of if the audit committee meets? And what is the status of the risk management systems? The other question is relating to leadership and accountability. Are all senior management positions, CFO, municipal manager, filled with suitable qualified individuals? How many acting positions are there? And has there been stability in the leadership or frequent turnover? And how many of the senior officials have undergone proper vetting processes? I think those were just the two areas that jumped out at me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Nilme. Before we give it back to the AGSA, maybe let me just make my own comment. I mean, it will be sharing the sentiments of other colleagues that if I was not aware which municipality was speaking to or about, I would definitely have not assumed it's a metro. I think there's a certain level of standard that we expect, given the magnitude and the budget that is given to metropolitan municipalities. But what we see before us seems to be a mess. But we will deal with it when we deal with the leadership of the municipality. Maybe just one issue to seek clarity on, and maybe just to check with the AG, the issue of the water quality, and I think it's a serious health hazard. What are the recommendations that AG has put forward with respect to that, and how can they be expedited quickly? Because if there's no frequent testing of water, I think it presents a huge hazardous risk to the citizens of Mangaung, and it's a matter that cannot wait for processing through the normal structures, because water is a critical need for the community. So as we speak, people are using water there. We're not saying that it has got anything wrong, but if there's no frequent testing, anything can happen at any point in time, and it should not be that this matter was presented before the committee and in between that, nothing urgent or no urgent intervention was made. I just want the AG maybe to just speak to that. Otherwise, over to you, AG. I think maybe in the next 15 minutes maximum, you can try and go through all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thanks to all the honorable members with the questions. Yes, if I can deal with the first one from Honorable Skosana on the recommendations that we gave specifically to the accounting officer and the mayor. I must say that, honorable members, is that we continue to be persistent to have these engagements and come up with different tactics so that we are able to influence them to implement these recommendations. When we engage with them, sometimes I do believe that is the things that they can do. We just need from our side just to continue to have those regular engagements and support them to make sure that they are implementing, because I believe that they do have the capacity to actually implement what we are recommending to them. And then from the question of the honorable mentor, yes, it is correct. I hear the states that you mentioned. But I want us to look at these challenges that they have in overtime in conjunction with the audit opinion that we expressed. So if you look at the qualifications in the audit report, we qualified them on the fact that the overtime is not supported by evidence that they've done everything that they were supposed to do to identify what is the need for that overtime, and also to monitor as to whether they get the value out of that overtime. It is mainly what is driving us, the questions around the overtime, hence is resulting to a qualification. And then regarding the salary bill, yeah, if you're looking at the salary bill and look at the service delivery that is provided by Mangaung, it is concerning. But I think it's a bit bigger exercise to do to say, how does it really correlate? And also, we can look at it as well in conjunction with the work that we've done with the audit of performance information. Because we are saying with the audit of performance information, Mangaung has reported in their annual report the achievement of their targets, but those achievements of the target are not supported by evidence as to whether they indeed achieve those targets. So I think the qualifications that we have, it actually is a result of these answers that we cannot confidently respond to say we are getting the value that we require as the institution. Then the question from Honorable Neil May On the internal audit, it is there, it is capacitated, it is fully functional. The challenge with them again is that they give the recommendations to the accounting officer, but the accounting officer is not implementing those recommendations. They do have the audit committee which meet regularly. They recommend to management, but again, is the problem is the issue. But what we recommended to them is to be persistent as the audit committee to ensure that they meet with the executive mayor, so that they are able to provide this independent assurance as to whether is the institution building enough processes in place to ensure that they build proper internal control processes in place. But generally, in the situation where they are now, their recommendations are not implemented. And in some instances, they raise findings and the recommendations that are similar that we are picking up when we conduct the audit. So we believe that if they were implementing some of these recommendations, when we come and conduct the external audit, they could have prevented those findings if they were implemented to the internal audit recommendations. I don't have the exact number, Honorable Neil May, but all the head of departments positions are filled. Qualifications wise, everybody that is there, they've met the requirements for those positions. But what I know, the gap with the executive of Mangaung, they were supposed to be taken through the assessment processes, so that they can be evaluated if they meet all the competencies that are required. But unfortunately, as part of our findings is that the evaluation of the competencies was not conducted. And then lastly, the Honorable Madlala, in this question for the water quality, it is indeed a concern for us. Hence, we did give them the recommendation, and it's a very practical question. I think it's the one that you, for example, were talking about. We say, do regular assessment of the quality of water. And also, when you conduct the assessment, make sure that you've got enough evidence that support the evaluation or the outcome of the evaluation that is actually conducted. But it's the area that, Honorable Chair, we are looking at it closely to ensure that there are processes in place to ensure that they respond adequately to some of the weaknesses that we identified in that space. Hence, we also identified it as part of the material irregularities. And we believe that if it is part of the material irregularities, it is actually going to get the attention that it deserves for the accounting officer to ensure that they are dealing with this issue of the water quality, because we see it as the neglect in this area is also causing harm to the citizens of the Mangaung area. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for for the responses. I think that we would have to find a way of following up on the constant monitoring of this process of this water issue. It cannot wait for the next audit cycle. And given the fact that the attitude in terms of responding to the recommendations by the AGSA seems not to be on the positive, maybe we'll have to engage and see how we can monitor it on the go as and when it happens, so that we can say how far is it happening and how frequent is it happening. But I think thank you very much for that. The time is 4 minutes or 5 minutes past 11. So this is what I want us to try and work around. So we'll give a maximum of an hour to the presentation and a maximum of 30 minutes to the clarity and answer session. So that should be able to take us even on the next presentation to around 12:30. And then we can take a 30 minutes break, and then we can get into the other presentations using the same formula. Then by 4 or just before that, we should be done with our committee or a meeting of today. So we'll hand it over to you then to take us through to the next presentation. Latest by 12:05, we should then be done, and then we'll take on clarity seeking questions for the next and responses for the next 30 minutes, and then to take us to our break. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Chair. Tlamelo Ramansi will be taking us to through the next presentation, which is on Ekurhuleni. Over to you, TJ.
Thank you very much, HOA. Can I just load the slides for the benefit of the members there? On Ekurhuleni, there has been, as you can see on the table that we share with the members, there's been a gradual deterioration of the audit opinion since in the past 3 years. That's driven mainly by the higher than acceptable risk acceptance by the City of Ekurhuleni. That also was coupled with the significant acceptance of residual risk that associated with that inherent risk that has materialized in the environment and they compromised the integrity of the information that impacted the quality of information that was shared with the audit office. I would like to also emphasize that that qualification was driven mainly by one audit paragraph, which to some extent indicate that it's not a complete breakdown of the reporting quality of the annual financial statements. You'll see there in the performance report, we have not had material findings throughout the past 4 years in the area of audit of performance information. That is a demonstration that the controls in the main are intact. And then the third area that we covered was in the compliance with legislation, driven mainly by the breakdowns in the procurement and contract management, as indicated by those red blocks around material findings with compliance with legislation, bottom part of that table. The qualification area was driven mainly by the unauthorized access to the consumer data's master data, and that unauthorized access resulted in the wiping out of some of the consumer data from the system. When we tried to conduct alternative audit procedures, it became apparent that we could not. Firstly, the city could not reconstruct that master data, and we couldn't audit it through alternative means, hence the qualification thereof. Regarding the internal control status, our overall assessment is that the internal audit and the audit committee, the efficiency is partial. We assessed it as partial assurance, mainly due to the control breakdowns that internal audit couldn't identify and assist management in closing those gaps, control failures in the supply chain management environment, as well as in the ICT space. Regarding our assessment of the stability at the top administration leadership, we assessed the stability to be relatively stable. The city manager, who's recently been appointed, has been in the environment for quite a substantial number of years. He has demonstrated in-depth understanding of the environment, and he could deal with all the issues, material and otherwise, to address the audit priorities. We have no reason to doubt the skill associated with the top administration leadership in that environment. Highlighting the matters for attention of the users, the stakeholders, as well as SCOPA as the oversight, we have identified 3 categories of points that we like to elevate. The first category talking to the material uncertainties relating to going concern in the Ekurhuleni. We believe that the assessment of going concern, as indicated by management, talking to material uncertainties, is appropriate as disclosed. The second category points to the key audit matters. We are highlighting to the oversight that the environment is quite complex, and the individual transactions are quite voluminous and pose a significant risk of inaccuracies, which required us to respond mainly through the data analytics on the computer-assisted audit techniques to audit that environment, to give the users an oversight comfort in that regard. And lastly, the last category is the matters that we emphasized in the audit report regarding the traffic fines, almost 3 billion that is being impaired. It's quite significant in that environment. And then the electricity losses that are also quite substantial and the legal matters that are still prevalent in the environment. I will talk to the material compliance at some length in the following slides. On the following slide, the area that persists to present challenges in Ekurhuleni in the main relate to compliance with legislation, lack of compliance with legislation on the supply chain management processes, as promulgated by the MFMA in the main, and to some extent, non-compliance with GRAP regarding the reporting. As you can see, contrary to Mangaung, the majority of the indicators, audit priorities, are really in the green, meaning there's really no findings. And we have seen this over a number of years. Safe to say, in the expenditure management, as well as procurement and contract management, where the breakdowns continue to persist. As you can see at the bottom, an analysis of the procurement finding relate mainly to the deviation management, which means deviations in the main that we continue to see are not supported by the urgency that is required to be demonstrated. And the area that we also see systemic in the environment is we continue to see the specifications that the city send out to the market when it comes to their evaluation against compliance with those specifications. There's just too much discretion and inconsistencies in the evaluations. There's deviation from the specifications, which really is against the constitution and against the prescripts, and that continues to be a matter of systemic findings, audit findings. Similarly, at the bottom, for contract management, we continue to see concerning instances where contracts are not adhered to. The contract management processes, as supported by the service level agreements, continue to show breakdowns year in, year out. On the top right, we summarize the major SCM observations that we have seen. As I indicated, it's unfair disqualification of otherwise qualifying bidders, which inherently is not fair. The contract performance and monitoring measures that are simply not in place. And even if they're in place, we continue to see breakdowns in the performance management that results in inadequate monitoring of those. Even we see potential misrepresentations, which also indicate to us that there may be a susceptibility to fraud and malfeasance in the city. We have also identified, not only in this current year, even in prior years, possible collusion between officials and the bidders who require the tenders. And then the due diligence procedures conducted by the city they're prone to significant gaps. The due diligence, the thoroughness of reviewing submitted documents, we continue to see that the bid evaluation committees miss critical areas that are prone to fraud. 2 years ago, the city had committed, one of their commitments in dealing with the SCM matters related to strengthening the skills through training, mainly of the bid evaluation members, so that they can be heightened sense of due diligence when reviewing submitted documents. Despite that training intervention, Chairperson, we continue to see that training has not had the intended effect. And needless to say, the impacts really is erosion of trust by the citizens of the city, contracts perpetually being awarded to unresponsive bidders, and lastly, creating opportunity for persistent fraud and manipulation of the tenders to the undeserving bidders. On the next slide, we give an overview of the financial health, a synopsis of the unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless as well as associated consequence management. Initially, the budget of the city for 24-25 was a funded budget. And then when it comes to adjustment, mainly due to the adjustment budget, mainly due to the revenue collection estimates that were a little bit more ambitious relative to the capex commitments, the adjustment budget was assessed to be unfunded. Regarding the investment in long-term capital expenditure, as well as associated maintenance, the city incurred 50 to 75% less than what they should have regarding the capex budget for long-term investment. And then on maintenance, they incurred 25% less than what they should have as per the treasury norm. There is unauthorized expenditure in the environment, which we raised a year ago, close to 400 million regarding the indigent management process. As everybody would have seen in the media, the Moody's pulled the plug regarding the provision of credit rating services. That obviously talks to their concern that they've seen in the environment. The collection ratio is around 22% of the gross reported debtors, and then the losses, electricity and otherwise, continue to be quite high in relation to the norms. And what is not on the slide, which is also which is to some extent encouraging, the salary total remuneration spent compared to total OPEX is 20%, which is half of the National Treasury guidance of 40%. That at least is some good news to look into, in a sense that, contrary to Mangaung, the OPEX budget is not suffocated by a huge salary component. Hopefully, the service delivery and infrastructure will gain traction with the budget that's available, the budget that's, and as well as maintenance on the budget that's available. On the right, we share with you an overview of the closing balances of irregular. You'll see there, as well as fruitless. You'll see from 2022-23, there's not a big movement on the irregular. It's close to about 80 million, from 9 to 9 million to the current year that we've reviewed of just over 1 billion. More still should be done, but the numbers really is not a shocking increase over the 3-year cycle. The city does take action, as you can see on those bar charts. 240 million of irregular was dealt with in 22-23, and then it dropped significantly to 45, and then in the recent year it was 55 million. As indicated, we continue to engage the leadership to deal with these closing balances through cancel and condonment and write-off processes. On the next slide, this overall status of the IT control environment. We have assessed that the data integrity, data security, and system reliability overall of significant concern. You will see those bar charts there from 3 years where we assessed this as concerning. The picture has significantly deteriorated to say that urgent intervention is required by everyone involved through consequence management, remedial actions, and related to the matters of IT control environment. I've already indicated the breakdown that related to that impacted the audit outcome. There's even more that, other than for the unauthorized access, we've seen the underutilization of the systems that have already been procured. If not, this underutilization is just complete non-use of the systems that could enable the environment not to rely on manual systems. That in itself talks to waste, because you've got resources in-house yet that are not utilized. When we look at the summary of the root causes on the bottom left, they boil down to 3, really. The first one is inadequate internal skills in the IT environment. We have seen the city taking consequence management in this regard. around the overall leadership of the IT space. That's work under progress. The second one really is the silo way of work. There's too many silos. Integration is not at the right level and results in a lot of waste, duplicated effort and duplicated systems in that environment. And lastly, yes, there may be consequence management, but it's not at the desired level. We still assess it as inadequate, and more can be done to uproot the problems once en masse. Then going to the next slide on infrastructure management, we share with the committee that we have evaluated 5 projects in the recent cycle, 3 of which had material findings in the water, electricity, as well as in the road and transportation environment. The nature of the systemic findings really talk to weak preventative measures. Secondly, similar to Mangaung, project delays and poor project management across the board in areas that we found findings. And then lastly, poor workmanship. Where work has been done, it doesn't automatically mean that workmanship will be sound. We shared with you the projects that the findings were elevated. It's on the Tembisa bridges at the Flint Mazibuko, that road project that was driven mainly by poor planning, and that necessitated avoidable variation orders. Regarding the water project that we looked at, due to complacency and reactive way of work, the reappointment of contractors took long, and the degradation of the asset, needless to say, ensued. On the electricity, due to budget-related factors, which was also associated with poor planning, there were project breakdowns on the upgrading of the Atom Road substation. When we go on to the next slide, the picture on the material irregularities, you'll see that the chairperson, the number of material irregularities is substantially low compared to what we have shared with you so far. We have issued 5 material irregularities, 3 of which relate to the subsidiary of Ekurhuleni. As the chairperson earlier before he left, he wanted to see the picture in the subsidiaries. You'll see there on the left, there's 3 wastewater treatment works related material irregularities at Ervat. And then the fourth MI relates to the mother company, Ekurhuleni itself, on the fresh produce market, where there was a material loss of resources that were due to the city. And then lastly, the brand new one is regarding the project, a social housing project that is associated with significant financial waste. Our overall assessment of the responsiveness to the material irregularities at Ekurhuleni is that material irregularities are taken seriously. Management doesn't sit back and do nothing about material irregularities. And we have seen that Ervat, when they resolve a material irregularity, they don't resolve it one by one, issue by issue. They resolve the systemic issues that underpin the environment in such a way that the likelihood of an MI coming up again is significantly mitigated. Those of you who have seen Sunday Times yesterday, Ervat won an award regarding this very same area of the Green Drop achievement, which was quite encouraging as well, because we have to acknowledge the good things that management is doing so that we can continue to drive them in the right direction. Now, on the right, members, we have noticed that MI relating to the fresh produce is under the category of accounting it's in the category of appropriate action in progress, together with the other, the wastewater treatment works. And then where we say accounting officer, above that, response not yet due, is relating to the social housing project. This picture doesn't portray an overarching concerning environment. Our priority is to get Ekurhuleni to prevent having to find itself with new MIs, so that the integrity of the institution can be resilient going forward. On the recommendations and call to action slide, we have commitments we made commitments to the Speaker of Council, Executive Mayor, as well as the City Mayor. To the Speaker of Council mainly is relating to addressing the issues of UFWE, and then providing oversight on implementation of, paying close attention to council resolutions. That's really the essence of what we have received as commitments from the Speaker of Council. And then innovatively, we have also nudged the city towards prioritizing public-private partnerships as an instrument that can assist with capacitation of the city to bring much needed investment, so they can crowd in private sector, private capital to invest in much needed infrastructure for the city. I'm glad to report that it's an area that the city took positively, and hopefully something tangible will begin to surface in that regard. With the Executive Mayor, the main focus was really on addressing the audit findings for his attention, together with associated consequence management, as really the buck stops there, and then also monitoring the achievement of targets relating to service delivery. For the city manager specifically, it was around also attending to post-audit action plans and attending to internal controls that we have already identified, attending to budget process to eradicate this unfunded budget, whether it's initial or adjustment. You'll see there's a commitment that is implemented regarding the city manager's commitment regarding the enhancement of revenue collection. You may be aware that the city is very, very aggressive with their revenue collection initiative, which they call Siyacima Manje Namhlanje. They're very active in that regard, although the green shoots are taking a while to have widespread impact. The other area that has been implemented at the city manager level relates to the implementation of the targets as per the indicators as per the Circular 88. That has been attended to. But I also need to indicate that despite the city spending about 96% of the budget regarding service delivery priorities, of the scoped in service delivery programs, the city, similar to last year, achieved 71%, which is below what we deem as ideal, as no less than 80%. On the next slide, progress regarding the recommendations now. None of the recommendations have been fully implemented. They're all in varying degrees of progress to eradicate the negative audit outcomes, to eradicate the issues regarding supply chain management in the main, and infrastructure projects, matters that we have highlighted earlier. On the next slide, which is the last slide, the call to action in the main focus in capacitating council. All what we've shared on that slide focus on council as an ultimate municipal oversight body. We are preoccupied with council that they should also give priority to the post-audit action plans that are pre-agreed with the leadership, political and otherwise, especially on supply chain management as well as financial health turnaround, and the need to focus on infrastructure as a economic development stimulant through local economic development initiatives, and lastly, in the residual areas, paying particular attention to consequence management, where continued breakdowns continue to manifest in the environment. Chairperson, that is the last slide. In essence, those are the areas that we wanted to elevate. Very much aware that the slides would have been read. We're happy to engage, to seek to engage with the questions or clarify where they may be required. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Honorable members, can I then see hands that want to engage with the presentation? I do not see any hand so far. Okay, I've got Honorable Mente, Honorable Nilmay, Honorable Pila. I'm saying Tinswalo. All right. So I think let's take that, and then we'll give that one, like we did in the last presentation, that one opportunity for afterthought. So for now, it's going to be, the sequence is going to be Honorable Nilmay, Honorable Mente, and Honorable Bila. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. Chairperson, I wanted to find out a little more about the cyber attack and the write-off of the let me just look here, the debt, that I just wanted a little more clarity with regards to that, and what are the consequences of that. The other aspect was the write-off of 1 billion rand in traffic fines. That is quite an astronomical amount. The reason for that, I think that was one of the other areas, but otherwise I think it's fairly clear, and with what has been presented today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Mente, over to you.
No, thank you, Chair. Just one area, Chair. The report is not that much problematic like the previous report. I think it's also because of the projects that were mentioned, progressive projects under the departments of the economic freedom fighters. The 240 million that was actioned in your recommendations for the 1 billion, which was supposed to have been dealt with on the irregular expenditure. For which year is that was actioned, and is the investigation that was undertaken in order to action that? Did you get to see it? Do we have consequences that are befitting of the actions, or rather transgressions, under that 240 million? Reason I'm saying this, we don't want a situation where there's just an investigation and we're told it's dealt with, but we don't know exactly what was the action taken in terms of consequence management on these material irregularities that you forward to municipalities to action. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bila. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Good morning. I don't know whether it's still morning to everyone in the platform. Let me join others by welcoming and appreciating the presentation of Ekurhuleni Metro. I have one question, but it's two in one. I just want to check with the AGSA on the issues of non-compliance on legislation by our cities or our metros. When sharing information with them, do they give you reasons why they are failing to comply with legislations? And for Ekurhuleni, the reasons for the project that are being delayed to be completed, more especially a water project. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's give it back to the AGSA. If you could respond, thank you.
Thank you,
Hello.
Chair.
All right.
Is the
Thank you.
to put on the floor to be able to respond? Chiche?
Sorry, Chair, I had lost my name on the list. So thanks very much for the questions and points for clarification. I will deal with some and then maybe ask. Chairperson, there's a hand still up there.
Okay, let me just. No, I think it was the legacy hand. It's since been dropped. You may proceed. Thank you.
Yes, I will deal with some of the questions and then ask my colleague Mbongeni to deal with the remaining ones. The first one on the cyber attack, the member, we have noted, your question was there consequence management on it? We have noted during and after the audit and through the engagement at council that the mayor has initiated consequence management as a result of this unauthorized access to and the manipulation of the accounts. Following the investigation that the city itself initiated even prior to the audit. So there is movement regarding consequence management. Chairperson, on the issue of the traffic fines, if I heard the member correctly, it was just a remark to say that the billion rand seems to be a monumental amount, which we also concur. It didn't sound like there was a question in that regard. We are also concerned about that. And then maybe Mbongeni, on the issue of the 200 million, do you mind, can you please assist in that regard? Which year it was actioned? Did we see a report associated with how this thing was either how it was written off and assessed by council? And then the last two comments from the member regarding the reasons why they don't want to comply with legislation as well as the delayed water project. Mbongeni?
Thank you very much, HOP, and good afternoon, Chair and members and HOA and colleagues. So with regards to maybe the question on the traffic fines, so the amount that we are reflecting is not necessarily a traffic fine write-off. It is a provision that is required in terms of the accounting standards where the city is facing challenges in terms of recovery. So that amount is disclosing how much of the total traffic fines would have been provided as a potential future write-off as a result of challenges that the city is facing in relation to recovery of the traffic fines. And then the 240 million, it relates to the 22-23 financial year. So as the members and the colleagues would have noted, that the city has been carrying quite a low amount in terms of irregular expenditure. Some of the irregular expenditure would have been related to the period prior to 2004, before the GRAB standards were then implemented across all the municipalities in terms of the reporting framework. So what the city was facing challenges with was the supporting documentation for for some of the irregular expenditure since those years. So what would have then happened is some of the investigations would have emanated from the documentation that would have resurfaced in terms of what the city could obtain, and in some instances there were then challenges in terms of determining the extent of who should have been held accountable, considering the time that has lapsed since the irregular expenditure had occurred. So some of that irregular expenditure of 240 million related in the main to those years, as the city had then taken a decision to write off that irregular expenditure as a result of the investigation not finding any official responsible in the current administration as a result of the legacy related fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And then if maybe Ethiopia can also respond on the question on the delays in terms of the water-related infrastructure. In the main, it's relating to some of the grants that would have been pulled back by National Treasury. So it's availability of funding as a result of the pressures that is experienced by the national fiscus, and some of the grants would have been then reduced, with the city being expected to fund the remaining balance of the project. And as a result then, because the city is also struggling to have sufficient funding for some of the projects, then that resulted in the delays in the project. Thank you very much, HOP.
There's another question that we didn't respond to. Maybe you can supplement after I make a remark. I think the question was asked what reasons does the city give for not complying with legislation? I think we're seeing a number of factors in this regard. Just lack of thoroughness, lack of due diligence in evaluating documents. Initially, it was lack of training. Now training was put aside because we have seen that it didn't really have the impact that was intended. And because we have raised fraud indicators as well, there may be an element of just overlooking areas that are important and not drawing from post-audit action plans that we've agreed to stick to the specifications. It's a combination of factors driven mainly by lack of diligence and thoroughness in evaluating the documents in front of the evaluation committees. And there's also an element of relying in the audit process, that if the committee misses something, there's a second leg in the form of external audit that may pick up some of these things. Mbongeni, I don't know, you want to add on this one here, if I missed anything?
Thanks very much, HOP. I think in the main, the city always indicates the fact that some of the non-compliance that occur, the responsibility does not lie with them. It lies with the individual bidders to make sure that whatever that they submit to the city complies with all the requirements. As an example, they might require that an engineer has a qualification, and the city will then not verify if the qualification that has been submitted as part of the bidding process is actually valid. And when we do our test, we do find that some of the qualification are not registered with the relevant bodies. And the reason that the city will then give is that it is not their responsibility to check whether a submitted name of an engineer actually is a member of that particular body that they would have requested as part of the bidding process. So I do think then it then means the city is not applying due diligence in terms of making sure that whatever evaluation criteria that they would have explicitly indicated in their bid documents is then followed through to make sure that there is compliance. Thank you, HOP.
Thank you very much. One last point that the city indicated to us in the previous cycles was that due to time pressure, there's a time within which evaluation needs to be completed. And due to time pressure, they are compelled to accelerate service delivery and make a decision. And in that process, things fall between the cracks. Thanks very much, Chairperson. Over to you.
Thank you for for those responses. And I think I'll just make one comment. We seem to be doing well in terms of time, so we may as well take a break immediately after this and come back to do the last two. It will still be a 3 minutes break, so we should be back by 12:30. But let me just say this before we take
And
that
please
break.
also note my hand, Chair.
You've got a hand, so you are using that opportunity of one set of afterthoughts.
Yes.
It's fine. We are doing well with time. So, is there another hand? Maybe let me just check if there will be another hand for the one to comment on the same issues. There seems to be only Honorable Skosana. So let's allow you, Honorable Skosana, to then go through. Thank you. Oh, and Honorable Mente. Sorry, Honorable Skosana. So when Honorable Skosana finishes, Mente probably has a follow-up. And then those would be the last two. Thank you.
No. Thank you very much, Chair. No, I'm sorry for not raising my hand earlier. The reason is because I'm driving, so I was not sure if the network will allow me to speak. So, but now that I see that the network is allowing me to do so, it's only now that I'm raising my hand. No, Chair, I think one thing that we note the report, and I think one thing that I want to appreciate is the fact that the municipality, with all its challenges, but they are responding to matters of material irregularities, unlike the previous municipality that we were dealing with, Mangaung, where out of 27, they only acted on one MI. But now this municipality, like they've indicated, seem to be responding to issues of MI. I think it's one thing that we need to appreciate. But I just want to ask one question, because last year we met with this municipality as joint committees of Parliament, SCOPA, standing committee and the standing committee on AG, SCOA, and then and the portfolio committee on cooperative governance. Now, at that time, the current city manager was the CFO. So there was no fully appointed city manager. But now the city manager was appointed to act as the city manager. But what was strange is that there was no acting CFO who has been appointed by the council. Because our understanding is that a CFO position is a section 56, is at section 56 level, meaning that even an acting CFO must be appointed by the council. So, but now at that time, what was strange was that the CFO was appointed by the council to be the acting city manager. But now at the same time, he still remained the CFO. It means he was executing the responsibility of being the acting city manager, while at the same time he remained as the CFO. And when we asked him about that, I think his response was that no, if there are others, if I'm preoccupied with the responsibility of being the acting city manager, and there are other responsibility of the CFO that I have to perform, I would normally assign one of the managers within the finance department to perform those particular duties. And our view is that that is wrong, because the CFO, even if he's acting, should be appointed by the council. He or she can't be appointed by the CFO who's acting as an acting city manager. So I just want to find out whether did the AG pick that up at some point during that period, because I think it was quite a couple of months wherein the CFO is the acting city manager, but there's no appointed acting CFO. But then the acting city manager also play the role, his role as the CFO, and then he will delegate duties as and when the need arises. And I think in our view is that that's totally wrong. I just want to find out if the AGSA did at some point pick that up. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana. Honorable Mente, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Okay. I just want to check with AG, given the current developments in the country on the Madlanga Commission and the transactions thereof that are finding expression there, have they taken any audit process regarding such? If not, why? And are there any bilaterals with the municipality and the MEC in particular with regards to these transactions? And the second thing is that they have been in Ekurhuleni in particular, they've been the issue of the payments. I forgot to ask about it. The payments of service deliveries, of service providers within 30 days. And it's been one of the areas where we found protesters outside the municipality. And I'm not sure if it was the time I had issue with my network where we hear about the audit on payments of service providers. How is that looking? Because some of these areas where service providers are paid way above 30 days is where some of this corruption, if you listen to Madlanga, has been taking place. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mente. Over to you, AGSA, with responses on this. I see that, I think this says, thank you, Honorable Mente. It was your legacy hand. Over to you, AGSA. Can you please just respond to that?
Thank you very much, Chair. I will deal with the one matter that Honorable Mente raised regarding the bilateral with the MEC, and then my colleague will come on the other points. No, we don't have yet a bilateral with the MEC regarding the matters that were raised, Chairperson. However, the office is coordinating the evaluation of what's coming out of the commissions, not only Madlanga, with regards to evaluating the outcomes thereof with the audit work that we have been doing, not only in the recent cycle, but even in previous cycles. We will share with the oversight in due course in that regard. And then maybe Mbongeni, can you address the other matters regarding Section 56 matter, the CFO, CM, and the 30-day query from the member? Thank you.
No, thank you very much, HOP. Thanks, Chair and members. So, Chair, in terms of the issue of the city manager operating in both capacities as the acting city manager and the CFO, we did note that a member, and we did try to have a look at it in terms of the legislation, and we when we looked at it and communicated with the city manager, he had indicated similarly as he had presented that on matters that requires a CFO, then he will appoint some of the colleagues. One of them currently is the acting CFO to try and assist in the role of the CFO, which I must agree, we did find it a little bit problematic because there was then no delegation in terms of who actually needs to take over the role of the CFO when he's acting as the city manager. And I must note, Chair, that after that issue was raised in the session that the member had referred to, it was then corrected because a different accounting officer was then appointed to act, which is a gentleman, Mr. Tulufelo, who's the head of strategy. And then the CFO or the acting CM went back to his role as the CFO. In terms of then the processes that we follow, we could not then bring it to the audit report as in terms of then our legislated, or what I can call scoped in legislation that we report on, that did not form part of those that we could have reported on. And then in terms of the 30 days payments, I must highlight, member, that we had a specific focus in the previous year in relation to the payments over 30 days, of which we did look at it to try and see what would have been the result of some of the outcry. And what we noted is that the city, what happens is when they get submissions for invoices, they will then do a follow-up in terms of the outstanding information. As an example, you wouldn't have a sign-off from the engineer that was on site as part of the submitted documents. Then the lack of submission of those documents then result in the payments being delayed. We did honestly try to have a look and see if is there anything that as an audit team we might have been missing as one of the areas that we can be able to elevate in the auditor's report. But for the ones that we had looked at, we noted that there would be a communication between the supplier as well as the city in terms of what is outstanding before a payment can be processed. I think that's where then we're then unable to elevate some of the issues into the audit report. And the ones that we had picked up the year before, we did note that in terms of the requirements of the legislation as to the accounting officer taking appropriate action to make sure that the payments is made within 30 days, that there was some disputes that were existing between the supplier as well as with the city. And therefore, it became clear that the city was taking appropriate action to try and settle some of the payments when they became due. Thank you, HOP.
Colleagues, is that the total of your responses?
Yes, Chairperson, I think we addressed all the residual follow-up matters.
All right. I'm not sure if Honorable Mentor's question was fully answered, but maybe let me come on a different angle around it. We know the issues around the city of Uruleni with the arrest of the city manager there, and the EMPD acting chief commissioner, who was suspended actually. So from the audit that you guys have been doing, do you have any material irregularities that are related to the issues they are facing? If I may ask that as a direct question. Because this is one government, and we can't be running processes in parallel and without them speaking to each other in one way or the other. So as you audit, or maybe it will be part of your next audit cycle, but just take us through what have you been able to pick up. It doesn't mean that you found anyone guilty on it. There are processes that people are subjected to. But if there's anything that the committee and parliament may need to zoom into with regards to specifically these issues that I'm mentioning. That is one. Number two, as a comment, because after your responses will then go to break. I do want to encourage that and I think I've said it before in this committee, we were dealing with a disastrous municipality right now, which is Mangaung, far worse in terms of governance and systems and all of that. And I think at times we run a temptation of then wanting to draw a comparative line to the West as opposed to what is the expected performance levels. And I think we may fall into a trap of praising mediocrity just because it is doing better than the West. So I did note the sentiments around how Ekurhuleni seems to be better than Mangaung, even though there's still grave, issues to be considered and to be looked into within Ekurhuleni itself. And I think that's not the spirit that we may want to send to the municipality. If some of the officials and the people of Ekurhuleni are listening, it must not be an impression that because they are doing better than Mangaung, then they are best. We want to get to a point where we have everyone performing at expected optimal level, that which they are getting paid for, that which the people of these particular municipalities deserve. It's just a comment that I thought maybe it is important to overly emphasize, as I've always done before. But maybe you can just answer that one question, and then we'll move on to a break session. Thank you.
No, thanks very much. Point noted, Chairperson. Mbongeni, can we address the specific question regarding the scoping or otherwise matters on the matters for Madlanga?
Thanks very much, HOP. So, Chairperson, in terms of the issue that are currently in the media, I mean that the city manager as well as the commissioner are going through, it's not something that we would have picked up from an audit process. As far as I'm aware, Chairperson, the city manager is in prison for, or has been incarcerated for a matter relating to an incident that happened on the road on the N12 that resulted in one of the citizens losing their lives. And in terms of Mr. Mkwanazi's issues as well, we wouldn't have picked it up through an audit process. But what we are currently doing in preparation for the upcoming audit is to look at those areas on how we can incorporate them in terms of the audit process so that we are able to elevate. So that's what we are currently doing for the upcoming cycle. But for the previous cycle, we had looked at some of the items that were coming out of the Madlanga Commission. As an example, the issue of the blue light for the city of Ekurhuleni. We had looked at that and tried to see if there were any vehicles of the city that would have been utilized by a private citizen. And in that instance, we did not identify specific vehicles based on the available information that we could utilize at the time. But I think going forward, we'll then strengthen our process to try and elevate some of these issues in our next report. Thanks very much, HOP.
All right, thank you so much, colleagues. I think that would do for now. It's very important that we have a coordinated approach to matters so that as different arms of government, we can be able to bring about justice and improve our performance levels of our municipality, and also play a role in ensuring that we cap and end the scourge of corruption currently facing this country in huge quantums. The time is now 12:04. So, colleagues, I would then suggest that we take a 30-minute break. We will be back at 12:35. And then we'll commence immediately with the next municipality, metropolitan municipality. It will be over to you, AGSA, but we'll open the meeting officially and then we'll proceed from there. And with that being said, we can then take that break now. Thank you so much.
procurement and contract management, on consequence management, strategic planning, budgeting, and performance management. There's in the past, we didn't have significant issues around governance and oversight. However, issues emerged in the year that's recently been concluded, and then there were noticeable improvements in what you've scoped in regarding environmental management and human resource management areas. I would like to highlight to the committee that our overall assessment of the internal audit as well as audit committee is that of not providing assurance given the systemic matters that have impacted the audit focus areas. Our assessment around the leadership stability in the administrative part has been relative. There's been relative stability as far as the admin leadership is concerned, and our overall assessment of the skills levels at the top administrative level can be improved, given the sustaining of the qualified audit opinion that, in our opinion, could have been resolved some time back. Talking to the specifics that we have brought to the attention of the users as well as oversight, they talk mainly to the material uncertainty for City of Tshwane relating to going concern. We have seen some green shoots talking to turnaround. However, those will be confirmed in the upcoming audit cycle. Just a point of emphasis on the matters that we have emphasized on the audit report. They relate mainly to the material adjustments of the prior period, corresponding period, the impairment of consumer debtors, 20 billion, over 20 billion in that regard, impairments of other receivables, as well as the technical and non-technical losses in the electricity and water provision services. If one were to look at an overarching root cause, which if properly attended to, can assist the city in turning the corner on a sustainable basis, is implementing and institutionalizing the daily and monthly disciplines of accurate reporting that's supported by dealing with exception reports, so that when the audit commences, very little in form of exceptions are in the environment, and in that regard can enhance the control environment. Looking at the following slide, we report on the financial statements themselves as part of our audit work. The qualification areas that I've mentioned are repeat audit areas for some time, which an indication to us that a lot more work is required in terms of the post-audit action plans, so that these repeat matters can be sustainably eradicated. Even in other areas, we have consistently seen that due to the support and reliance on the audit process, material adjustments were made in the financials, and it's something that, in our view, is really not sustainable. We would like the city to produce firsthand corrected financial statements that don't have to wait for the audit to highlight the material errors. The observations that we have seen over the few years that have received attention and have been eliminated as qualification paragraphs talk to the payables, which is really accounts payable. The other receivables have been addressed, segment reporting, as well as the newly incurred irregular expenditure. They continue to get attention and have been eliminated from the qualification section of the audit report. Despite there still being limitations in the environment, we nevertheless see a downward and sustained reduction thereof, which is really giving credit to where it's due. We have also seen no retaining of previously resolved qualification areas is an area that we are giving credit to the leadership of Tshwane. In our assessment, what caused these incremental improvements, which we would like to see them being sustained, is the implementation of standard operating procedures to reduce variability in the processes and operations of the city, and records management processes that are enabled by systems, adoptions of systems, and keeping records away from manual processes in that regard. Talking to matters of compliance with legislation, as you can see in the following slide, members, in the majority of the audit priority areas, there were material findings stretching from strategic planning and budgeting at the top on the left. All those gray circles talk to material findings, except to say that 3 areas we could not find material errors relating to how revenue is managed and reported, how human resource processes are managed and reported, and lastly, we couldn't find material matters in the grant management processes. Relating to procurement in particular, we found material breakdowns in the area of tax matters, in the area of preferential points regulations that are not being adhered to, and to a lesser extent in the area of uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes, as well as awarding awards that are prohibited relating to the state officials. Moving on to the next slide, talking to matters overall of performance planning and reporting. As highlighted, the measurability needs urgent attention. Reliability of information provided for audit, as well as presentation thereof, requires attention. We have shared with you a 3-year overview that talks to the overall reduction of the audit findings that we see year on year. In total, you'll see that there's a downward trajectory from 22-23 to 24-25 in terms of the quantity of the audit findings in relation to those priority audit matters in that graph. Relating to inadequate processes for measuring achievements, there's a clear downward trajectory in that regard. Providing evidence that support achievement, we couldn't find any this current year, which is quite encouraging, and also a downward pressure on the differences that are noted between actual and reported achievements. That is something that we'd like to see the city continue to sustain. Statistically, on the top right of the slide, of what we audited, we found lack of reliability on 44% of the items, 17% in the audited areas that were not well measurable, and lastly, there were indicators that should have been included but were excluded in what was reported relating to the core mandate areas. Overall, the performance remains significantly below what we would have targeted as 80%. The city reported 53% overall performance on the items that we had scoped in. We would like to see a quick turnaround in that regard. Relating to financial health in the following slide, the city would like to make a small correction on the table on the green bar chart on the top left. The budget amount is 51.2 chairperson. Capital expenditure of that is 2.19 as stated, and then the operational expenditure budget is 49 billion. Just a correction in that regard. The unfunded budget, we've seen that in the year audited 24-25, there was an unfunded picture. The capital expenditure is significantly below the norm at 4.2%, and then even the maintenance thereof, in line with the guidance of 8%, is significantly below the norm as well. And then there is also quite significant unauthorized expenditure in the environment. We have seen the city reporting significant water as well as electricity losses that are quite significantly above the guidance from National Treasury. For Tshwane, it is commendable that we have seen that the salary, the remuneration component of the entire OPEX budget is 26%, which is below the guidance of 40% by National Treasury. We can all hope that the city still has the headroom to utilize the non-salary budget towards service delivery as well as the infrastructure related priorities. The city, on the top right of the table, the city reports very substantial unauthorized, irregular, as well as fruitless expenditure as indicated on the table. The amounts, other than for fruitless, really are going up, and even the movements appear to be quite significant. There's an area that we have spent some time with the city to put resources and attention in turning the corner regarding unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless expenditure. There is attention regarding dealing with this UFWE. However, as you can see on the bottom right, those bar charts, the movement is very, very minimal compared to the balances that are being reported. It's an area that we continue to pay particular attention to in our discussions and engagements with the leadership of Tshwane. The overall status in the IT environment, in the following slide, you'll see on the right, those orange bar charts. 2 years ago, we reported the overall picture being concerning. Similarly, it has been sustained as concerning, and there's no notable improvement regarding the controls that are driven in the IT space. What we have found is 4 main systemic findings in the IT environment. Delayed delivery of strategic IT projects in the main, in the e-health and SAP system. Secondly, the contract management has been a sustained challenge throughout quite a number of years. That's talking to the weak IT governance that drives inadequate contract management. The vulnerability to cybersecurity is a significant area of concern and risk, and related vulnerabilities that go with uncontrolled access to the system. Data integrity and reliance on manual processes that cause the city not to be able to report accurately and completely is an area that is of significant concern to the audit process. The impacts really will talk to the compromised provision of primary health care to the citizens of Tshwane, the risk of duplicated systems that also trigger waste in the environment, and susceptibility to fraud and manipulation of information as a result of unauthorized accesses is a significant impact that is facing the city of Tshwane. Moving on to the infrastructure management, we have selected 7 projects across various disciplines: water, sanitation, electricity, human settlements, as well as roads. We have found material findings across all the selected areas. We have shared with you the pictorial view of the projects themselves, their identity of the projects. As you may have glimpsed, the golden thread talks to the delays in completing of the projects, the wastewater treatment plants that are overwhelmed, operating significantly beyond the operating capacity, the stalled development regarding these projects, and needless to say, the waste that follows what we have observed. The 3 thematic findings talk to inadequate contract administration, across all the projects, 7 projects. The inadequate project management that we have seen across all the projects as well. And lastly, the financial misstatements and irregular or avoidable expenditure in the majority of projects, between 70 to 80% of the projects that we have observed. Moving to the material irregularities that we have seen in the environment to date, we have issued 14 material irregularities, as you can see on the top left of this slide. If you move to the right, you'll see of the 14, 13 have been resolved, with 3 still being inappropriate action by the accounting officer, hopefully towards resolving those in a systemic, not on a issue by issue basis, but we continue to work very closely with the accounting officer so that resolved MIs don't come back into the environment. 13 of the material irregularities coming back to the left relate to financial loss, 215 million rand, and 1 talks to a harm to the general public. That's just a synopsis on the material irregularities and the attention that's been given. As you can see, they continue to get attention from the leadership. Recommendations and call to action. The picture's slow. 1 out of 14 commitments has been implemented relating to the preparation of the interim financial statements. The city continues to engage with the audit office to assist with interim audits. That's a commitment that we have, that we are following through to assist the city. However, there's a lot that still requires to be done. If you look at the first category of the commitments from the Speaker of Council, as well as the Executive Mayor, they focus on the attention to the post-audit action plans that we may have pre-agreed, the strengthening of the Consequence Management Committee, and the need for this committee to meet regularly so that the matters are prioritized, strengthening the oversight of the what is called the Revenue, Expenditure and Budget and Performance Committee in the city to address the financial and operating performance of the city. With the city manager, the conversations were revolving around capacitation, mainly the finance function as a top priority. We have focused on records management, adopting electronic documentation processes so that the integrity of information remains intact, and the issue of records management should be a thing of the past. Our conversations focused mainly on implementing monthly audits. Now, this is through the support of internal audit, internal assurance for continuous control monitoring, training bid committee members so that the new inkerral of irregular expenditure is a thing of the past. And we spend some time reflecting on the financial recovery plan to bring the efficiencies and benefits of the financial recovery plans to fruition. Reflecting on the recommendations, as you can see, our recommendations talk to 5 priority areas: reliability of information, performance reporting and compliance. In the second bucket, improving service delivery. The third bucket, implementing timely consequence management on financial misconduct. Ultimately, improving the financial health of the city. And lastly, providing adequate investment and maintenance of infrastructure assets. All 5 are still in varying degrees of progress. We are partnering closely with the city to bring this to fruition. I'll take them as read on the column on the left, Chairperson. The call to action, in a nutshell, the essence of this slide talk to partnering with the mayoral committee to strengthen oversight across the board. Strengthening the Municipal Public Accounts Committee to conduct investigations at the right pace and the right rigor. The activating council to get the Financial Disciplinary Board to perform at an optimal level and take action where required. And lastly, to drive priority towards elevating the achievement of targets as part of the city's performance and commitment to the citizens of Tshwane. Chairperson, I'll leave it there and then give the over to you for reflections, engagement, and attention to the matters of priority to the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. We highly appreciate it. We have a date scheduled with the city of Tshwane, trying to pronounce it correctly, which is the 12th of May. Honorable members, will then give it to you to make your clarity-seeking questions in the same fashion that we've been doing. We'll allow one set, and then we'll allow a second set where if there are matters, there are afterthoughts. I am not seeing any hands for now. I'm looking for hands. I am seeing the hand of Honorable Mente. Is there another hand that wants to speak to the issues raised by the AGSA on the city of Tshwane? Honorable Mente, I'm not sure if you've since withdrawn your hand.
No.
I no longer see it.
I'm still on queue, Chair.
All right. Okay, no problem. No problem. I think, yeah, I've just seen only your hand. You can go ahead, and then if there's another one, we'll check after that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let's thank the AG's office for the information. Just a few clarities, Chair. Firstly, to our back office, in preparation for the 12th, let's please receive the following information. The organogram of the municipality with clear indications of all its departments and personnel thereof, especially in the senior leadership. Secondly, it would be the area of projects that are within the municipality, and then the deviations as they are indicated here, all the deviations that were under audit this year. Now to AG, the clarification that I'm looking for is that in the Madlanga, there has been an indication that a deputy head of police was hired in a structure that was non-existent. And in the performance audit, did we pick that up? That there was there's a structure which is not within the organogram of the municipality, and this structure which was not also endorsed by the council has got senior leadership that are employed within it. Did we get across something like that? And if not, similarly to what I asked to Eguruleni, when this came up from Imadlanga, did you look back into it and establish if, in terms of the structure of the organization and human resource, do we have alignment of the municipality in accordance with the endorsed organogram of the municipality? The second thing I would like you to expand more on, if you do have information on this particular area. You are saying under SCM, this is page 42, that You have picked up the unfair disqualifications of bidders by the committees, the BACs and your BACs, and then some of those bidders that were favored, at times they don't have their tax affairs in order and they do not qualify. The other thing is that the deviations on competitive bidding was questionable. Are there any items that come to mind, or maybe examples that you can give us as to how did this take place? And when you raised it with the municipality on these particular isolated incidences, what were the responses of the municipality when you raised this particular finding with them? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mente. Let's take the hand of Honorable Nilme. I can see it's up. Honorable Nilme, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my bandwidth is a little loose, but I will try and put the camera on. Yeah, seems to be a bit of a problem here. Chair, if you don't mind, I'll leave mine off. The area that I wanted to ask the AG was specifically the quality of the financial statements. What do they mean by the quality of the financial statements? Does that mean that the material findings are then corrected, or is there any other reason for the quality of the financial statements, and how did that affect the audit? The second aspect is the vetting of officials. I think all of us have watched the Madlanga Commission, and for instance, the deputy police, the new deputy police, she was Cape Town, she was PE, she's now Tshwane. How have the vetting of all officials been done in Tshwane? I think that is one of the areas that I wanted to check. Otherwise, I think you've covered the areas, and Honourable Mente has brought in some of the areas that I also would like to see as the organogram. So I fully agree on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Nilme. Let me hand it over to the AGSA team.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will address some and then hand over to my colleague Kolani, who's with us on the call. Starting with the quality of the annual financial statements, Honourable Member, the point that you are making here is that the financial statements, when they are handed over for audit, they would contain, when we scrutinize them in line with GRAP and applicable legislation, we would identify material misstatements on those financial statements. And as part of our audit process, we would allow the adjustments, once-off adjustments for the material errors. And if they are corrected, they would not affect the published financial statements. However, if they are not corrected, if they could not be corrected or they are not corrected, they will affect the audit report. I hope that clarified. The significant point to note is that we do allow one-off adjustments on those material areas. And then regarding the request for the organogram, including senior management as well as the project list and associated deviations, we will provide that information as requested. And then maybe, Kolani, can you deal with the residual specific matters as far as you can, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. TJ. Good afternoon. Let me just switch my camera. Good afternoon, honorable members, honorable chair, the leadership of the AGSA and colleagues, including everyone who is in the session. If you'll allow me, Chair, to maybe just switch off my camera as I'm responding to the question because of connectivity issues. So effectively, I will touch on, maybe let me start with the SCM issues. We did highlight the aspects of the disqualifications and evaluations of bidders not being appropriate, and to an extent there being an unfairness in the processes. I do, though, want to highlight that the issue of the disqualifications and the evaluation of bidders is not linked to the tax matters. So those would involve different, obviously, awards. But speaking particularly to the disqualification and evaluation, I think this was a concern that we had to elevate with the leadership of the city. And we've said in a few engagements regarding, the persistence of the issues, taking into account that we have been seeing this aspect continuing for a number of years now. And despite the city's efforts in terms of, for example, training the SCM committees to be able to apply the prescripts properly, we are still seeing the persistence of this issue, which to an extent, highlights a deeper issue, within how these committees function. And I think also in a part of these engagements would have been an engagement with the mayor herself, which I think in those engagements she did also highlight that she is also troubled by some of those issues in the environment, and the city is trying to implement mechanisms to deal with those issues, particularly in the procurement processes. And I think across the board, when you look at internal audit, what they're picking up, it's pretty much the same issues. And what we left the city with was that the city needs to really invest in a more systematic approach. And when I say approach, or maybe let me say processes, such that procurement processes are not dependent on mainly human, judgment and intervention. But apart from that, seeing the issues in the committees and the extent thereof, what we recommended as well was that the city needs to aggressively put segregation of duties within the procurement process or life cycle as a whole, such that you have very little that a particular group of people need to deal with in the SCM process. And with segregation, at least you'll have some level of independence. But overall, I think really there was a positive response and I think an equal concern from the city on these issues that we've raised. And we are hoping that with the recommendations that we've left the city with, the city will implement those and we should see an improvement going forward. And I think Mr. TJ did highlight the aspects of the structure and so forth. I think this is one area that we are looking into to really, unearth the issues that are particularly in the HR processes. I think our approach, obviously, would have looked also in the appointment processes. However, obviously, this would be on a particular sample of individuals. However, definitely, I think the aspects of the commission are currently being attended to, and as indicated before, once those processes have been concluded, we should be in a position to properly brief the committee on our our observations in that particular area. I think on the issue of the vetting that is done at the city, I think from what we've audited, it's the general standard vetting that is completed across the board. So I think really for us, it is then to look at the value chain and particularly zoom into those compromised areas and departments to see if there was the extent of bypass of those processes, so that we can be in a position to properly speak to those issues. I think Mr. TJ, I think those were the issues that I had noted on my side. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Golani. Chairperson, maybe then over to you.
All right, thank you for the responses. I'm checking if there are any afterthought hands, and I do not see any. I'm seeing one. I think it's a follow-up from Honorable Mente. You may come through, Honorable Mente.
Thank you, Chair. No, Chair, our request from AG, I'm not sure if you have provided this information already, but can you please provide your narrative document that always accompanies the slides with more detail? And on the slides in this presentation, you take it high level, but we need that narrative document which then carries all the examples and everything that you have spoken to here, but in detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mente. AGSA team, you want to say something on that? You want to commit or advise if you have submitted it?
Oh, no. Chairperson, I think the honorable member is probably referring to the general report. It will be shared in due course, dealing with the detail that the honorable member is looking for with those examples, etc. That is still coming.
All right, thank you so much. I think also, honorable members, what this engagement, I think, should be able to inform is what additional information would want the municipalities to prepare for us and submit prior to the date that they are coming to present themselves before this committee. I know that there's a structured presentation that the chair would have and the secretariat would have prepared and asked the municipality to speak to, but it does not prohibit us from picking up certain things and writing to them to ask for supplementary documentation on any of the aspects that we think requires substantiated documentation. Thank you so much. I think we are now going to move on to the next presentation on the next metro. Let me take the platform again and give it back to the AGSA team. It's 1:20, so latest by 2:20, we should be done with the presentation part, and then we'll enter into the clarity seeking questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to yourselves again, as well as the honorable members, as well as my colleagues. I will be taking you through the eThekwini outcomes. From the time that we last presented to the committee, what I can say is that the overall picture of the metro remains concerning. The reason I say this is that we continue to see serious challenges in infrastructure, planning, delivery, and maintenance. We also see major projects, such as the ones in housing, your water, your electrification, which has been delayed for years. We also see poorly maintained infrastructure, which is undermining the delivery of basic services. As far as the CAPEX and capital expenditure and operational budgets, we are also seeing that they are not sufficient to meet ongoing infrastructure challenges. There's also a failure to institutionalize accountability. Action plans have been developed, but they are not effectively implemented or monitored. So it really lacks real commitment to change. We also see non-compliance that has been widespread, where laws and regulations are routinely ignored and controls are not functioning. We also see that consequence management has not been consistently enforced. And without consequences, you can see that there will be a culture of impunity. There also seems to be over-reliance on the audit process to identify the non-compliance and the related irregular expenditure. Instead of preventing irregular expenditure, we disclose it, correct it during the audit. Now, this non-compliance factors are not dealt with. This points to transparency issues and weak internal accountability systems. On the slide you are seeing, honorable members, is the one that we've been particularly concerned about, where we say an audit gets caught in the yellow zone. And this metro is an example thereof. So you have seen that the audit outcome has stagnated in that unqualified with findings on compliance as well as findings on the reported predetermined objectives. Now, this yellow is problematic, and this metro will show you why it's problematic and why it's certainly not an outcome to celebrate. And throughout my presentation, I will demonstrate as such. So where you see the green in terms of the financial statements, which says unqualified with no material findings, this means that there has been submission of good quality financial statements to our officers for audit purposes. Essentially, there is a well-resourced, skilled finance unit that produces financial statements that have been credible for the last 3 years. So that is a good thing, where we are getting credible financial statements. If you look at the purple, where we are looking at the predetermined objectives, that is where you will see that we have had findings for the last 3 years. Consistently. In addition to that, you will see in particular where there is compliance findings, they have also remained for a period of 3 years. The ones that I want to particularly draw your attention to is the procurement and contract management findings, as well as the expenditure management, together with the consequence management and environmental issues. So you can see these areas have been repeated year in, year out. Now, one has to ask the question, particularly in this metro, we see stability at the administrative level, mainly the city manager together with the Section 56 and 57 employees. We also see stability at the political level with the mayor. But certainly, you've got to ask yourself, the picture doesn't shift year in, year out. Is there incentive? Is there ambition to want to change this outcome? Sorry, I'm just getting a message. I'm going to put off my video. Thank you. So on the next slide, we will get into the detail of what does this mean. So as I said earlier on, in the purple zone, you would have seen that there was findings related to the predetermined objectives. The slide is showing us that there has been improvement from the prior year, but this was after audit adjustments. Where the indicators were still misstated was for the infrastructure leakage index, the percentage of wastewater treatment capacity unused, number of fully subsidized housing units allocated, as well as the percentage of reported pothole complaints resolved within the standard municipal response time. So where we saw our findings related to actual achievements did not align with the reported results for certain indicators, and the reported performance achievements were not adequately supported by evidence. Now, the reason we will worry about this is that, the findings raises questions and concerns about the credibility of in-year reporting and the effectiveness of performance reporting throughout the period. On the next slide, we expand on that further, where we show you the 4 indicators. Now, the first 2 speaks to indicators that were not achieved, but we didn't have material findings. So the amounts you're seeing there as far as the target, the actual performance is correct. The first one was the percentage of non-revenue water loss. So you will see that it's sitting at 58.7%. Now, this is happening because of the aging infrastructure, which resulted in burst pipes as well as leaks that caused the municipality to lose a significant amount of water. Furthermore, you have the complications that arises with illegal connections as one of the major contributors to water losses. You also see that the percentage of water demand driven by new water connections meeting standard reasons. What is included in the annual report was that they had under budgeted, and by a certain period, the budget was utilized, meaning that they had lost a period of time where they could actually do work because of unavailable budgets. The other two indicators is speaking to where there is non-achievement, but you cannot rely on these amounts that are presented in the annual report. The first one was the infrastructure leakage index. The underlying records to support this information was not accurate and updated for the current performance period. And then you also see for the second one that the evidence that was provided to us relating to the capacity of each plant used in calculating the denominator was not provided. And it clearly said that in the information submitted to us, it said that the information is incomplete, and therefore we could not confirm the validity of the reported performance. And these are the findings that we have on the predetermined objectives. So now when you move on to the next slide, you will see the areas of non-compliance. As I spoke to you in my introductory slide, it is concerning. The first one is a good thing where we have been getting credible annual financial statements. But if you look at the next two, for the last 3 years, we've had findings, material non-compliance with procurement and contract management, expenditure management, and there you also see consequence management. So now that though doesn't work well hand in hand when you have material findings on procurement and contract management and expenditure management, and you don't have and you have consequence management finding. It means that you continuously have this non-compliance, but you're not also dealing with them. And then you also have environmental management findings, which has happened for the last 3 years. The next slide, we go into the findings in procurement and contract management. This slide is only speaking to the irregular expenditure that we identified during the audit process. So these were not even identified by the Metro. And it's also resulting in some of the material non-compliance findings that we see in the audit report. I will give some detail regarding the first one, which speaks to uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes, which is the deviations. There were 4 instances that amounted to 1.54 billion, and this related to the plumbing contracts, the insurance contracts, the water tankering, as well as splitting of contracts. So this is where there was uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes. The next slide speaks to what we have recorded as irregular expenditure for the current year. As you can see, there has been an increase from 2022 to 23, 2.4 billion to now 4.4 billion this year. That's the increase in the irregular expenditure. You find that the main contributors for this irregular expenditure was for the Section 36 deviations, which was 1.3 billion, the splitting of orders, which was 325 million, local content 1.9 billion, and the plumbers contracts almost 800 million. You find that there was irregular expenditure written off of 2.4 billion, and these write-offs was supported by impact investigations. Where the impact was not satisfied, they referred it to the CIIU, which is the investigation unit, for further investigation. We also see that where the irregular or fruitless and wasteful expenditure is submitted to the disciplinary board for financial misconduct and disciplinary matters, irrespective of the write-off. So although it was written off, but where there was indication for financial misconduct or disciplinary, it was handed over to the disciplinary board. We also make a comment there to say that some irregular expenditure from prior years was not submitted to impact for investigation. And that was one of the reasons for the consequence management finding, because what had happened in the prior year, we audited and we found irregular expenditure. Because it was below the materiality, the Metro chose not to disclose it, which is correct, because if it is fine if you decide that due to materiality that you're not disclosing it. What is not fine about it is that it didn't go through the processes of where the irregular expenditure needed to be investigated and handed over to MPAC. So there has been very slow progress in investigating the matters from the prior years. So I think that's an area that would need some attention. You will also see on the right-hand side of the slide, you will see the irregular, the fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the last 3 years, sitting at 67 million this year, but also increasing from the prior periods. And it generally relates to interest on late payments, court orders, penalties on licenses not renewed timely, and payments to suppliers for work that was not completed. As far as the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, a lot of it has not been dealt with because there has been delays in submission of these matters to the MPAC for further investigations, and some investigations were still in progress. Moving on to the infrastructure management, like my other colleagues, we have looked at infrastructure projects that go through the electricity, housing, roads, water and sanitation. We have a team of experts that assist us as regularity auditors to go with these particular projects and audit them. So you will see that we have covered 7 infrastructure projects. What we are finding is project planning is not great because we have poor upfront planning, weak risk assessments, and inadequate designs that results in poor project implementation, where we are seeing that there is non-performance by the contractors. We see quality defects as well as incomplete and delayed projects. And my colleagues prior to me had been speaking a lot about delayed projects, and you will see that is similar to this metro. As far as project management, we see that there is poor monitoring of the costs, the quality and progress, and the payments for substandard quality. And we also see when it comes to the commissioning of the project, the facilities is unusable due to some defects or lack of services. So what is causing this? It's important for us to understand what causes this and how it impacts us. So we see that there are systematic governance and operational weaknesses, which is inadequate strategic planning and prioritization, weak accountability enforcement, poor project or maintenance management, funding budget misalignments, as well as the lack of coordination. How this impacts us is that we see projects commence without readiness, and these lead to delays as far as the scope changes and the funding shortfalls. You also find that there are extended delays with associated financial losses, and you will also see fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as well as service delivery failures and non-compliance. On the next slide, you will see the 7 projects that we've provided you a list of. The 7 projects that we looked at gives you information about what the project was meant to achieve, what was the project value, if there was an initial value, what the revised values were, what we've spent to date, what is the stage of completion, as well as the reason for cost deviations, and more importantly, the delays that are happening. I'm just going to zone into 2 of the projects to give you an idea on the findings that we get when we look at these. So if you look at the second one, which is the housing at Efulineni Phase 1 housing project, you will see that, clearly we all know that, the housing, there are shortages, and we had to do the planning. This planning started in 2009, where this project was intended to initially benefit 2,500 beneficiaries. But that reduced to 2,243 and then to 1,524. This was due to the community moving away from the area. In addition to the various project delays, the Metro also failed to provide basic services to the 1,524 houses handed over. So our site visits confirmed the lack of water, sanitation, and also we saw there was illegal electrical connections. So that's the findings we'll see on that particular project. The other one is the roads. That is the upgrade of the Solomon Mashlangu Drive that has experienced significant delays and the cost escalations that are due to project management and governance failures. Originally, this award was awarded in September 2021 for 49 million, and the completion was planned for November 2023. This project has undergone multiple extensions and now has pushed the revised date to March 2026 and doubled the cost to 96.6 million. So these are the kind of things we are seeing as far as the projects, the infrastructure projects that we visit and the findings related to these projects. On the next slide, we see the water management. As you can see that the water losses is very significant. Currently, the water loss is sitting at 58.7%. This is water lost. Now, we have included it in our audit report. And we also, you would see that I also on a few slides prior to this, I also showed you targets where the water related targets are not being achieved. We also issued in 2025 a material irregularity on water meters not being billed, which results in loss of revenue and contributing to this water loss. So essentially, the municipality has continued to rely on reactive maintenance and water tankers to address the growing supply of disruptions in communities across the metro. So what we essentially need is that the actions, the plans that are responding should be proactive and response to the needs of the communities out there. If we move on the slides, we speak to the material irregularities. You will see at the Metro, we have issued 9 material irregularities, 5 related to material financial loss, 3 related to payments for goods and services not received, 1 relating to interest and penalties, and 1 relating to unbilled revenue. There was 4 relating to harm to environment and the general public, 2 relates to the wastewater treatment that results in harm to the environment, 1 is inadequate sanitation, and 1 is the housing delays. If you look at the status, we have 2 that has been resolved, 2 where there is appropriate action being taken to resolve the material irregularity. And then we have 1 where the remedial action has been communicated to the accounting officer, 2 has been referred to other investigating bodies. On the next slide, I have produced a list of the MIs that are in progress, so that it gives you a bit more detail and also refers to where it is in terms of the process. So the first one is where there is remedial actions regarding the payment to ineligible beneficiaries. So this is the one where we have said that the accounting officer has not made adequate progress in terms of responding to this MI, and it's going through the process and now a remedial action. The next 2 is relating to the pollution of water sources that results in harm. These 2 have been referred to the Department of Water and Sanitation for further investigation and monitoring. The next 2 is where there are appropriate actions being taken by the accounting officer. This is related to assets not safeguarded, resulting in harm to the general public. And the next one was where the asset was not safeguarding, resulting in loss. So we have seen progress in terms of the short-term interventions that have been taken. And to resolve this MI, we will just follow through on the long-term interventions to ensure that those actions are being taken before we resolve this MI. The next one is where we just received the accounting officer's response because we issued it on the 25th of November last year, and we are assessing the response. And this relates to prolonged delays in housing projects that results in community living in harmful conditions. Prior to this, I took you to an example of what you see when you audit the housing projects, and now you can see how the MIs come out of these of this project audits. The second one relates to overpayments to service providers for the water tankers. This will be issued early December, so we're still awaiting a response. And what's interesting about this is that the payments were processed without evidence that the services were delivered. And this also sits in the SCM deviations. So a deviation that sits in irregular expenditure that is now also amounting to material irregularity that is being issued. I now move on to the recommendations, the commitments that we had. We would go to everyone in the accountability ecosystem to discuss these findings and to recommend what we, from the audit process, what we think should be done in order to shift the picture or change the picture to doing better or doing good. And we had 5 commitments last year. And the first one relates to the setting of the tone by the leadership of the municipality, one that really complies with laws and regulations. There must be credible performance reporting. And therefore, the way this can be done is through proper monitoring, adequate oversight, and enforcing accountability for transgressions. Because what you will find is that when there is non-compliance, they continually happen because there is no action taken and no accountability for these transgressions. The second one related to the performance reporting that needs to be credible through regular reviews and reconciliations. We also recommended that we can have the additional reviews to be performed by the internal department of the performance management as well as the internal audit units. We saw some improvement, but it still remains as in progress. We also spoke to the head of the performance and chief information officer must assess IT applications to evaluate the efficiency and effectiveness of these systems in supporting integrated and credible performance reporting. And the development of an action plan that focuses on audit report and key service delivery matters. And this plan must be reviewed by internal audit committee also must include the reporting thereof to the oversight bodies and emphasize where there is slow or limited progress. And then the last one was to intensify oversight over asset management through increased scrutiny of operating and capital budgets using the National Treasury norms as guides. So what we see from these 5 commitments, 4 of them are still in progress. The one that is not done is the one regarding the asset management to include appropriate budget alignment where not adequately addressed. And the action plan did not include any mitigations for the findings on infrastructure project management reported in the 23-24 year. So 4 is in progress and 1 has not been started of this 5. On the last slide, and today we speak to the call to action. And what we see is institutional stability without accountability results in repeat audit failures. So I spent time to speak about the stability that the Metro enjoys, but I also spent time to reflect on the repeat findings for the last 3 years and how the Metro is stuck in this opinion and more importantly, what is sitting beneath the unqualified with findings on predetermined objectives as well as compliance. So when we speak to the city manager, we speak exactly about that, about how the accounting officer has to look at this repeat non-compliance that is resulting in significant irregular expenditure and must have consequence management, and the slowness in that's got to improve. We also speak to the fact that, the slow progress means that your management is not addressing the deficiencies in the control environment. And as long as the control environment remains weak, you will see that this will be conducive to similar findings year in, year out, which is what we are seeing. And we also asked the accounting officer to address the deterioration of existing infrastructure, as well as the deficiencies in the current infrastructure projects by aligning budgets with actual funding needs, also improving the integrated planning and the implementation of a plan that prioritizes proactive maintenance. When we speak to the council, we speak to the council being able to effectively monitor performance against service delivery targets and transparency over budget utilization. And this will have a meaningful impact on the residents of the metro. We also speak to the regular progress reports from management, whether it's relating to audit findings on the financial statements, compliance, or the predetermined objectives. Officials should be held accountable for non-implementation of the audit action plan, because it will just remain that, an action plan, and nothing tangible being done about it. When we speak to the mayor, we speak to the mayor being actively monitoring the implementation of the municipal action plan such that the prior issues are responded to. But more importantly, when you strengthen this oversight, it will improve the audit outcomes and, more importantly, improve the overall municipal performance. The mayor should also spend time in effectively exercising oversight over the municipal service delivery targets to ensure that targets are met and the budgets are optimally utilized. When we go to the other structures in terms of the internal audit committee impact, we also believe they have a critical role to play. Internal audit should be assessing the adequacy of the action plans that have been developed to ensure that the root cause of the findings are being raised and addressed, as well as the audit committee to monitor these action plans, to give proper progress reports to the oversight to say whether we are making positive movement in terms of responding to these findings. And more importantly, when it comes to impact, they should continue instilling a culture of good governance by doing timeous investigations of the irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as well as they need to be supported to have functional and effective disciplinary boards and investigations to ensure that accountability and to enforce consequence management. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. That brings me to the end of my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much for a very detailed presentation on the picture around eThekwini, and I think there's quite a lot to zoom into. But let me allow colleagues to have their bite, and then I'll have my own comments and questions at the end. There is a hand from Honorable Skosana, a hand from Honorable Nilmay. Any other hand, colleagues? Anyone wants to make a comment, or will allow that you get your chance on the second round then? So, Honorable Skosana, over to you. You may take the podium. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. Now, once again, we also appreciate a comprehensive presentation from the AGSA, and I want to agree with them that the picture has not changed since our last interaction with the AGSA on matters of audit and on general matters that relate to eThekwini metropolitan municipality. And it is quite worrying that even today we're still sitting with similar challenges that were there previously. For an example, there's an issue on the issue of project. I think she highlighted a project of a Solomon Mahlangu Road that was started in 2021, which was supposed to be finished in 2023, but then it was not finished. It was then now scheduled to be finished in March this year, which is almost 3 years later than the scheduled period, and the fact that costs have seriously escalated from the initial budget. So it's quite a very worrying kind of a situation. So I'm just having one question because I know that AGSA is seized with this responsibility each and every year. They are doing these audits, making recommendations, and in some instances, like here in eThekwini, you find that you make recommendation, but the following year the situation is still the same. You make the same recommendation, maybe you also add other recommendation trying to assist, but then you find that the following year the situation is still the same. I'm just wondering whether is the AGSA not allowed in situation like this to make a recommendation that says this municipality should be put under administration? Is the AGSA office not allowed to do that, or is something that they have not yet thought of as one of the possible solutions? Because if I think you give recommendation, the following year the situation does not change. You give the same recommendation, the following year the situation doesn't change. Are you not then under these circumstances? Are you not able to then say no? But here we think what should happen? This municipality should just be put under administration. Because, for instance, they indicated that politically there's stability now, also in the management there's stability. However, the stability in political, the stability in the political offices and the stability in the management office does not yield the necessary positive results that can turn around that particular metropolitan municipality. As much as there is that stability, but the challenges are still there, they remain the same. So I'm just checking as to whether are you not allowed as the AGSA to make a recommendation that says we have tried everything, we think here the solution is for this municipality to be put under administration, so that as Parliament and as the relevant department, which is will obviously be your COCTA national and COCTA provincial, will have then to look at that kind of a recommendation. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We'll move over to Honorable Nilmay. Honorable Pilar, we have noted your hand as well. You'll come after Honorable Nilmay. Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. My questions are on the reflection on the procurement findings. It is quite distressing to see that that uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes were 1.5 billion, and there were 4 instances, and then coming to prohibited awards to employees, spouses, business partners, 6.1 million, 3 instances. Now, the question is prohibited awards to other state officials. There were no material findings with that, and I was checking why, and that was 3.63 million. The other one is irregular expenditure related to SCM non-compliance, which was 311 million. I think this is, if you add it up, it is quite a lot of money. To the AG is, why would prohibited awards to other state officials not have a finding? That is non-material finding. Is that because it is disclosed? I'm not sure. I think that was all for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Pilar, up to you, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is on financial health and sustainability. When we check the debt impairment, the provision for bad debts reached nearly 19.45 billion. What specific breakdown can the AGSA provide on the age of this debt? Is the municipality's revenue enhancement strategy actually yielding results, or is this debt fundamentally uncollectible? The second one is on unfunded budget risk. Considering the high debt impairment, does the AGSA believe the municipality's budget for the current cycle is truly funded as per MFMA requirements? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, colleagues, for that first set of questions. So let me just maybe add mine so that the team from the AGSA can respond all at once. I just want to establish there was a report, I think part of your audit for 2023-2024, if I'm not mistaken, which dealt with the issue of in-under stop 8 projects in eThekwini. It's a housing project where millions were spent and only 3 houses were built. Can't remember the exact, I think it was about over 200 million or something was spent and only 3 houses were built. I see that it's not part of the project you looked into. Maybe if you can just take us back in terms of the status of that finding that you had identified there. The second issue that I want to check if you've been able to zoom into is a pending issue of the payment of suppliers in eThekwini municipality. I don't know to what extent does the AG get involved in that. As we speak, there are certain municipal offices where employees are locked in Ottawa, one of the depots of eThekwini municipality, locked in by suppliers, demanding payments. And it's I think a few weeks back it was plumbers demanding payments at the Florence Mkhize building where the CFO sits. It's becoming a norm. And it's becoming a concern of what is the issue, and has the AGSA been able to zoom into that area? And that issue would also be coupled with a concern relating to a sanitation project that dates as far back as 2019. There's always been constant disruption of municipal services because there are suppliers who have not been paid up until today, despite a council resolution having been made that some of them have to be paid, despite different auditing of the project and all of that put into place. So I just want to check around those few issues, whether you've been able to just zoom into. Thank you. You can then take the floor and respond to this and the other questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chair, and thank you to the members for the questions. I will cover the first question and then you'll get to hear the voices of Nonku, who is the senior manager on the team, and the rest of the team should they wish to add. Mine is regarding the question regarding the role and responsibility of putting one into administration. I can confirm it's not the role and responsibility of the Auditor General's office. The metros are undelegated municipalities that report to the National Treasury, and this role will sit at the national level. So that would cover me for the first question. I will now hand over to Nonku, who will add more context to the rest of the questions that were posed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vanuja, and greetings to you, Honorable Chairperson, the honorable members, as well as my colleagues. I will just take a couple of the questions that have been presented. Regarding the first question on the prohibited awards to the state, it's not material because we normally want to give an opportunity to municipalities to follow up on the issues that we identify, because they don't really have systems in place to do that. And then if in the following year we identify similar findings, that's when then we look at it for possible material reporting in the audit report. So we've only reported these to management in the management report in this particular financial year. And then on them, I think it was a comment around the other irregular expenditure, which was around 300 million. So that's noted, it was a comment. And then on unfunded budgets, from our evaluation for the 24-25 financial year, the municipality did not have an unfunded budget. And I think this also aligns with the evaluation that's normally done by Treasury on municipalities' budgets. So we didn't have a particular non-compliance on the budget specifically. And then on the progress on Namibia Stop 8, I think that was the project that we had reported around Inanda on the delayed housing project. You will note, Honorable Chairperson, that we have now reported this as a material irregularity. So we notified the accounting officer during this audits cycle on the material irregularity around Namibia Stop 8. I think we have assessed it as actions appropriate at this stage because we have seen some movement in the allocation of some of the housing, the houses to the community. I think we did that confirmation last year in December when we were following up on the material irregularity. So at this stage, it has been assessed as appropriate actions are planned or are currently being taken by the accounting officer. Then with regards to the payment to contractors, one of our material non-compliances that was presented earlier on by Vanuja is on the late payment of service providers. So that is part of the expenditure management material non-compliance. So we have reported this, I think, for the last 3 years now. So the matter particularly dealing with the contractors that are currently blocking access to some of the sites in the municipality. It's a post audit event. So we haven't really then zoned in terms of what's the case there. I think we're all limited at this stage to what is going on out in the available public information. However, we have got a material non-compliance in our audit report on the late payment of service providers. Honorable Chairperson, I'm just going to give an opportunity to Merusha. I think she also wanted then to comment on the matter of the debt and the revenue enhancement strategies. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair, to the Honourable Members and to my colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to respond as well. As a follow-on to some of the questions that my colleagues already responded to, I just want to provide additional information that there are currently unfunded mandates at the municipality in terms of libraries, clinics, etc., where the Metro is funding these, but they may be provincial functions. In terms of debt collection, the municipality manages its cash flows through different means. So there's the collection of the debts. Rightly so, there is quite a large portion that's provided for, but the remainder of the debts, together with other cash flow management techniques such as borrowings, the Metro is able to manage cash flows on a monthly basis. And in terms of looking at the budget overall, we have concluded the budget is funded. There is a challenge with debt collection. However, they have funding techniques that allow them to manage cash flows on a monthly basis. Thank you so much, Honourable Chair, and to the members.
Thank you. Let me establish if there's any other follow-up questions from members. Honourable members, any hand? If there wants to speak to the AGSA audit outcomes for eThekwini? I do not see any. Okay. Honourable Skosana, you'll be then the last one, and then I'll also make my own follow-up and we'll give it to the AGSA team to conclude. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. I did not hear a response to my question. I'm sorry if maybe I missed it. Maybe they did respond to, but I did not hear it. If they did, can they repeat it? Thanks, Chair.
Maybe can you also just repeat your question so that we make sure they captured it?
Yeah, my question was, as the AGSA, are they not allowed to make a recommendation that says a municipality should be put under administration because of persistence, failure of them to do things correctly, even when they've given them recommendations year after year, but the municipality is continuously failing? Is the AGSA not allowed to make such a recommendation? Thanks.
Thank you. AGSA, you may, maybe before you come through, let me just make a follow-up on my questions. And the response was that on the issue of untitled aid, for example, there is progress. We are going to be meeting, by the way, for your noting colleagues and the public. We're going to be meeting with the SIU tomorrow to deal with the investigations that are happening in the different metros. So this is just questioning from the AG's side of things. But in terms of the investigations arising out of either material irregularities or any other investigations into municipalities, we'll meet with the SIU. They will give us an update report on that. I just want to seek a follow-up clarity. You are saying that because the report was that the budget was exhausted, if I'm not mistaken, or it was around 80 to 90% expenditure, and there were only 3 houses that were found to have been built at untitled aid. So if the feedback today suggests that as part of the corrective action happening, there are some people who are getting allocated, maybe just give us a layman's understanding of that in terms of from the audit perspective. So there was a different budget allocation, and houses were subsequently built, just so that anyone at home can also understand what is happening on the matter. I just need that clarity. And in terms of the service providers, the today incident is just an example. But I was asking a specific question relating to the sanitation project that dates as far back as 2019, where different contractors were allocated or awarded to deal with the issue of sanitation across eThekwini. And there have been issues with payments. Some people have paid, some people have not been paid. The project was questioned and queried. It was audited at some point by a private company. There's been a long back and forth on this matter. And when we met with eThekwini as a joint committee of SCOPA, COCTA, and the AGSA in Maritzburg, they indicated that there was a resolution by council that payments should be made. However, such payments have not been made. I wanted to just know if you've been able, as part of your mandate, to zoom into that. Are you aware of it? So that we can then engage the SIU further about it, maybe tomorrow or when we meet. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just come in to elaborate on my colleague's response regarding the ability of the AGSA to recommend that a municipality or a metro be put under administration. And as the colleague correctly stated, Chair, that is not within the role of the AGSA. We would normally make recommendations as they pertain to the audit process and improving the internal controls. And therefore, that particular role then, it's a role that should ordinarily be authorized by the NCOP. And when one looks at the Constitution itself, and especially Section 139(1) for the general failures, and Section 139(5), where the financial challenges are experienced, it then directs that the MEC for COCTA in a concerned province shall initiate that process. So, put simply, that process is not within, or the AG cannot embark on that particular process, then it will be over reaching on our particular mandate, Chair. I just wanted to elaborate on that particular answer and then hand over back to the teams to answer the remaining questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Tommy. Exactly. So ours is to audit and inform the role players on the insights, and then the decision makers will make the necessary decisions as far as administration and so forth is concerned. In case we are missing you, Chairperson, on exactly which projects you are speaking about, we can definitely provide further details as we look through our records in terms of payments. But I believe Nonku can add some response now, and if we need to give you further information on particular projects that we've looked at in the past, we can definitely supply that to yourself. Nonku?
No, thanks, Vanuja. So with Namibia Stop 8, Honorable Chairperson, yes, I do confirm that there has been some progress in terms of the material irregularity. At the stage that we reported in the past, we had not yet issued a material irregularity. So last year, we then issued the material irregularity, which is part of the material irregularities that were presented. So what we have found is that the accounting officer had short-term interventions as well as long-term interventions. Yes, I agree that we had also reported that there was budget issues in terms of the project where the budget was exhausted. So part of the accounting officer's response was that there was going to be, multidisciplinary working teams that actually coordinate governmental interventions between human settlements, the water and sanitation department as well, to try then and enhance the movement within that project. And I think it also speaks to what Merusha had spoken on around unfunded mandates, where the municipality is finding that they don't have sufficient funds to cover some of the projects that have been delegated to them by human settlements to carry out. So yes, there has been progress in terms of the construction of the houses. We have followed up that and we confirm that it has been done. But Chairperson, we can maybe provide maybe the details of exactly the commitments that we were happy with to arrive at the conclusion that appropriate actions are being taken. So the MI has not yet been closed. We're still monitoring implementation of the response that the accounting officer had responded with. Thank you, Chairperson.
Oh, I thought you were going to touch on the second one.
Okay, regarding the sanitation payments, Chairperson, I thought Vanuja had covered that. So we'll follow up on this one because I don't want to give you an incorrect response. I don't have the sanitation projects per se. What I do know is that last year we had reported around water service providers. And that then affected the compliance considerations for the municipality around the delivery of that program related to the contractors on repairs and maintenance. But my understanding is that it's around water. Hence, I'm saying I will then have to follow up specifically on a sanitation project.
All right, thank you. I think would really appreciate that report, including the one on I think it's Namibia Stop 8. And I'm raising it because we had received it. If you can just detail how then things have unfolded since then, it would really help so that we don't then report on it as part of a broader issue, and we can then get specifics and know if there's accountability and if there's a consequence management, and also if the people at the end of the day are able to receive the what was due to them, the services that the money was committed for. So we'd appreciate that detailed summary of report, but we'd also engage with the SIU as well and look into some of these issues. Otherwise, we for the benefit of the public and of everyone, we are meeting with the Chief Municipality, the delegation of the leadership from that metro. The scheduled date for now is the 13th. Colleagues would remember that on the 13th, we're also meeting with Eguruleni. So I think maybe there may have to be some other consideration to see, given the depth of issues in the two metros, whether we can be able to then do one on the 13th and another one later. But that's the discretion of the chair with the engagement of the secretariat. But there is a scheduled meeting for the 13th of May. To engage with the Chief Municipality. And colleagues, is there another presentation? But if I remember correctly, there are only 4 for today. Colleagues from the AGSA, can you confirm if this brings us to the end of our engagement for today, or if there's another one?
Thank you, Chair. For today, there were only 4, Chair. That's correct.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentations, colleagues. We are always with you. We will be with you, with your members as we deal with the leadership of these municipalities and trying to get the sense of accountability. Honorable members, unless if anyone has got anything or any remark to say, I see Honorable Atkinson. Let me see if there's another member who'd like to comment, make a general remark before we close our meeting. Otherwise, this has brought us to the end of today's engagement. And then tomorrow we've got our engagement with the SIU on the same metros. If there's nobody else, Honorable Atkinson, you can then come through and then we'll close our meeting. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Acting Chair. Can I confirm, is the AGSA not doing any more municipalities tomorrow? or is it purely the SIU tomorrow?
Honorable Atkinson, my understanding is that tomorrow we are meeting with the SIU, but maybe Denzel, can you confirm for the record if we are, what is the structure of tomorrow's meeting?
Good afternoon, Chair and honorable members and guests of AGSA. The meeting tomorrow, Chairperson, will only be a briefing by the SIU on the investigations. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Okay. Thank you. I think that sorts out the question. So tomorrow we are receiving the SIU on the same municipalities that we're engaging about today. That is in preparation of the dates that we have mentioned, where we're going to then meet with the municipalities themselves. So we do encourage members that we do go through those SIU reports flowing from this meeting of today. Otherwise, we appreciate your commitment, your participation on the meeting, and we will then adjourn the meeting accordingly. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, Chair. Bye.
Thank you, Chair.
Long live the chair.
Very well. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you.